All right. Good afternoon. We have our National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, joining us for the briefing, who will give a brief opening and then take some questions, and then we'll proceed with a briefing after that. With that, I'll turn it over to Jake.
Thanks, Jen, and good to see everybody here today. As you all know, President Biden held a secure video call today with President Putin. The call covered a range of issues, but the main topic was Ukraine. President Biden was direct and straightforward with President Putin, as he always is. He reiterated America's support for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. He told President Putin directly that if Russia further invades Ukraine, the United States and our European allies would respond with strong economic measures. We would provide additional defensive materiel to the Ukrainians above and beyond that which we are already providing. And we would fortify our NATO allies on the eastern flank with additional capabilities in response to such an escalation. He also told President Putin there's another option: de-escalation and diplomacy. The United States and our European allies would engage in a discussion that covers larger strategic issues, including our strategic concerns with Russia and Russia's strategic concerns. We managed to do this at the height of the Cold War, and we developed mechanisms to help reduce instability and increase transparency. We've done this in the post-Cold War era through the NATO-Russia Council, the OSCE, and other mechanisms. There's no reason we can't do that going forward, provided that we are operating in a context of de-escalation rather than escalation. The United States, as we have been for some time, is also prepared to support efforts to advance the Minsk Agreement in support of the Normandy format. This could include a ceasefire and confidence-building measures that helps drive the process forward. As I said before, the discussion between President Biden and President Putin was direct and straightforward. There was a lot of give and take. There was no finger wagging, but the president was crystal clear about where the United States stands on all of these issues. We believe from the beginning of this administration that there is no substitute for direct dialogue between leaders, and that is true in spades when it comes to the U.S.-Russia relationship. So President Biden welcomed the opportunity to engage clearly and directly with President Putin. Indeed, as President Biden said after his meeting in Geneva in June with President Putin, where we have differences, I want President Putin to understand why I say what I say and why I do what I do and how we'll respond to specific kinds of actions that harm America's interests and indeed harm our allies' interests. That's exactly what he did today. After the call, he spoke with the leaders of France, Germany, Italy, and the UK to debrief them on the call and to consult on the way forward. Our team is presently debriefing the embassies of NATO members, EU members, and key Indo-Pacific allies. The president will be speaking shortly with the leaders of both houses of Congress and talking to them about ways in which the administration and the Congress can work together on a bipartisan basis to stand up for American interests and values and stand behind our friends and partners. And President Biden will be speaking with President Zelensky on Thursday, following on yesterday's discussion between President Zelensky and Secretary Blinken. In terms of next steps, the President and President Putin agreed that our teams will follow up on the issues discussed today. The President and his European colleagues agreed that our teams will work together to ensure that our engagement with Russia going forward both involves and is closely coordinated with European allies and partners so that we are all on the same page. There's a lot of work to do in the days ahead. As we pursue diplomatic channels, we will also prepare for all contingencies, just as we have been doing for weeks now, including through the preparation of specific responses to Russian escalation should they be required. Specific, robust, clear responses should they be required. That's where things stand as we speak, and with that, I'd be happy to take your questions. Yes.
Thank you, Jake. Could you elaborate on what you just said about fortifying allies on the eastern flank there? Is sending U.S. troops to the region on the table here?
So what I'm referring to there is in the event that there is a further invasion into Ukraine, a military escalation in Ukraine, obviously many of our partners on the Eastern Front, our Baltic allies, Romania, Poland, other countries, will be increasingly concerned about the security and territorial integrity of their countries. They will be seeking, we expect, additional capabilities and potentially additional deployments, and the United States will be looking to respond positively to those things in the event that there is a further incursion into Ukraine.
So is that something the American public should be bracing for, the possibility of seeing American troops on the ground in that region in the coming weeks and months if Vladimir Putin goes through with this?
I don't know if I would say bracing for, since we currently have rotational deployments in the Baltics. We conduct exercises on a regular basis in both Poland and Romania. The presence of American military service members in rotational fashion in these countries is not something new. The question here is not that about whether or not the United States is going to send American service members to the territory of our NATO allies. We do that as a matter of course. The question is, what additional capabilities can we provide to ensure that they feel strong and confident in their own sovereignty and territorial integrity? It is those additional capabilities that are on the table in those countries should Russia move in Ukraine in a more decisive way. Yes.
Okay, thanks so much. In the days leading up to this call, the White House and administration officials said repeatedly their assessment so far was that Putin had not made a decision over whether to invade Ukraine. So did President Biden get clarity from him on whether or not that is his intention?
We still do not believe that President Putin has made a decision. What President Biden did today was lay out very clearly the consequences if he chooses to move. He also laid out an alternative path that is fundamentally in keeping with the basic principles and propositions that have guided America in the Euro-Atlantic area for the past 70 years. And ultimately, we will see in the days ahead through actions, not through words, what course of action Russia chooses to take. Yes.
In your statement, one quick follow-up. In your statement of the readout of the call, you said that the President Biden told him the United States was ready to take strong economic measures and other actions if needed. What are those other measures that the United States is referring to?
I just spelled those out in my opening remarks, both the supply and provision of additional materiel as well as the additional deployment of assets and capabilities to NATO members in the event that there's a further incursion.
What are the strong economic measures, and how are they different from the ones you put on Russia in 2014, which didn't deter Russia from taking Crimea? What are they, and why do you think they'll work better this time?
I will look you in the eye and tell you, as President Biden looked President Putin in the eye and told him today that things we did not do in 2014, we are prepared to do now. Now, in terms of the specifics, we would prefer to communicate that directly to the Russians, to not negotiate in public, to not telegraph our punches, but we are laying out for the Russians in some detail the types of measures that we have in mind. We are also coordinating very closely with our European allies on that at a level of deep specificity. We have experts from the Treasury Department, the State Department, and the National Security Council in daily contact with the key capitals and with Brussels to work through that package of measures. But I think it is not profitable for us to lay out the specifics of it standing here at this podium today.
Thank you. Did President Putin ask for President Biden to commit to not allow NATO or Ukraine to join NATO, and did President Biden make any kinds of concessions, such as a reduced U.S. presence or any commitment on NATO and Ukraine's membership?
I'm not going to characterize President Putin's side of the conversation or go into details in terms of what they discuss, because I think they need to have that space to be able to have robust exchange. But I will tell you clearly and directly, he made no such commitments or concessions. He stands by the proposition that countries should be able to freely choose who they associate with.
On the material that you said that you're going to send, following up on Caitlin's question, how quickly can that be delivered?
We have an ongoing pipeline that delivers various forms of defensive assistance to Ukraine. Indeed, there was the delivery of defensive assistance to Ukraine just very recently, and that will continue. So it really depends on the type or form, but this should not be thought of as a circumstance in which you completely turn off the dial or turn on the dial. There is an ongoing pipeline. Whether that pipeline needs additional supplements as we go forward will depend on how circumstances evolve. Yes.
Thank you so much. You have said that the administration will take action if Russia does escalate militarily. Satellite images show that hundreds of Russian troops are amassing on the border with Ukraine. Isn't there already a military escalation underway? Why wait to take action?
So our view on this is that the fundamental object of the policy the United States is pursuing in lockstep with our European allies is to deter a Russian military invasion of further territory of Ukraine. And the measures we have put on the table are designed to show the Russian government that should it choose to engage in such an invasion, there will be those consequences. That for us is a clear and decisive laydown, and we also believe that there should be an alternative pathway by which we can make progress on diplomacy in the Donbass through the Minsk Agreement and the Normandy format, and by which we can address NATO and American security concerns and Russian security concerns through a larger mechanism consistent with the way we've operated over the course of the past 30 years.
Some Republicans are accusing President Biden of being too weak on President Putin. They cite the fact that sanctions were eased on Nord Stream 2 and the withdrawal from Afghanistan, which was widely criticized. How do you respond to that criticism that President Biden is being too weak with Mr. Putin?
I make 3 points. The first is that Vladimir Putin, standing behind then President Medvedev in 2008, invaded Georgia when we had 150,000 or more troops deployed in Iraq and Afghanistan. So the connection between our deployments in foreign wars and the calculus of Russian leaders when it comes to the post-Soviet space, there's not good evidence to support that. Number 2, when it comes to Nord Stream 2, the fact is that gas is not currently flowing through the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, which means that it's not operating, which means that it's not leverage for Putin. Indeed, it is a leverage for the West, because if Vladimir Putin wants to see gas flow through that pipeline, he may not want to take the risk of invading Ukraine. And then number 3, the president has shown over the course of the past 8 months that he will do what he says he's going to do in response to Russian actions. So President Putin can count on that. He said he would impose costs for Navalny. He said he would impose costs for SolarWinds. He did those things, and if Russia chooses to take these actions in Ukraine, he will do the same. He's not doing this to saber rattle. He's not doing it to make idle threats. He's doing it to be clear and direct with both the Russians and with our European allies about the best way forward. And we think this stands the best chance alongside a pathway to de-escalate to avert a potential crisis with respect to an invasion of Ukraine.
Russia suggested in recent days starting talks on a new European security pact. Did Putin bring this up, and did President Biden agree to start those talks?
Again, I'm not going to get into the details or characterize what President Putin said. I will say that formal agreements or formal treaties were not on the table in the conversation today, but the straightforward notion that the United States, flanked by our European allies and partners, would be prepared to talk to Russia about strategic issues in the European theater, that was on the table, and we are prepared to do that, as we've been prepared to do that throughout both the Cold War and post-Cold War eras. What the right mechanism for that is, what the agenda for that is, and what comes of that, that is all to be worked out as we see how things proceed in the coming days.
The Kremlin has been going on since late October. Why hasn't the U.S. given additional material to Ukraine yet? This has been escalating for weeks. Why wait?
As I just pointed out in response to an earlier question, we are continuing to deliver defensive material assistance to Ukraine. We have done so just in the past few days.
The Kremlin readout said that President Putin proposed to President Biden that both lift all restrictions on diplomatic missions that have been imposed in recent years. Can you say whether that's something President Biden is open to, or whether it's something he spoke to on the call?
President Biden is open to creating functioning diplomatic missions in both countries, but he didn't make any specific commitments with respect to the best pathway to do that. What he said was that as leaders, President Biden and President Putin should direct their teams to figure out how we ensure that the embassy platform in Moscow is able to function effectively, and as we believe the embassy platform here in Washington is able to operate effectively for the
And just to
Russians.
follow up on Nord Stream, have you sent any message or had any meetings with the incoming German government on this issue? Are you urging the new incoming government to essentially threaten to pull support for this pipeline if there is further incursion into Ukraine?
We've had intensive discussions with both the outgoing and incoming German governments on the issue of Nord Stream 2 in the context of a potential invasion. I'm not going to characterize it beyond that, other than it is an object of great priority for the Biden administration.
Reverse his waiver on.
Jake, I'm sorry. So obviously the summit is being watched by a number of other adversaries, including Chinese President Xi Jinping. Some observers have described a nightmare scenario where President Putin invades Ukraine and also simultaneously President Xi uses force to reunify Taiwan with China. Is the U.S. prepared to deal with such a scenario?
The United States is going to take every action that we can take from the point of view of both deterrence and diplomacy to make sure that the Taiwan scenario you just described never happens, and to try to avert the invasion and deter the invasion into Ukraine. That is the object of our policy right now. Those are the steps we are taking. That's what President Biden is doing and the messages that he's sending to President Putin. And with respect to Taiwan, the sum total of the efforts we've undertaken over the course of the past 8 months in the Indo-Pacific have also all been geared towards avoiding any kind of scenario where China chooses to invade.
The president addressed about
Yes.
Is there any promise from the Russian side to use leverage to change Iran on its position?
The president and President Putin had a good discussion on the Iran issue. It was productive. Russia and the United States actually worked well together, even in tense circumstances back in the 2014-2015 period, to produce the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. This is an area where Russia and the United States can continue to consult closely to ensure that Iran never acquires a nuclear weapon.
Why did Ukrainian officials first deny that there was any troop buildup when Washington started putting out the information, and then change their tune after the meeting with Blinken?
So I'm not going to characterize the decision-making of the Ukrainian government, only to say that we are in daily contact with senior officials in the Ukrainian government. I'm in nearly daily contact with my counterpart in the Ukrainian government, and we believe that we are seeing a common threat picture here. And our message to our friends in the Ukrainian government, as our message was today to President Putin, is that the United States supports the Minsk process, wants to see progress made towards a ceasefire, towards confidence-building measures, and that is the best way forward. Yeah.
Is the world safer today after that conversation between the two leaders, or less safe? And then I have a follow-up as to your answer.
So all I will say is that the ultimate metric for whether the world is safer or not is facts on the ground and actions taken, in this case by Russia. Let's see. We are prepared to deal with any contingency, as I said at the outset, and I'm not going to make predictions or characterizations. I'm only going to say that President Biden will continue to do all of the necessary prudent planning for a variety of different pathways that could unfold in the weeks ahead.
There
is an impression in the Middle East that this administration is going to redo the Obama deal, lifting sanctions and freeze millions of dollars to this regime that is going to be spread to the proxies like Hezbollah. Hezbollah became stronger and stronger from the money that Obama gave to this particular militia. So is this going to happen? Are you going to address the proxies of Iran this time at the table of the negotiation?
So I'd make 3 points in response to that. Since Donald Trump made the decision to pull the United States out of the Iran nuclear deal in 2018, Hezbollah has continued to menace Lebanon and the region. Iran's proxies in Iraq and Syria and Yemen have continued to move forward. So not being in the nuclear deal has hardly been a solution to the proxies. Second, nothing about the nuclear deal stops the United States' capacity to deal with those proxies, and we are prepared to do so. In fact, in response to attacks on American forces in Iraq, the United States has twice under President Biden taken action, direct military action in response to those proxies, in addition to undertaking sanctions. And third, ultimately, an Iran with a nuclear weapon is going to be a greater menace in partnerships with its proxies than Iran without one, and so it is our determination to ensure they never get a nuclear weapon, and diplomacy is the best way. Yes.
Can I follow up on Iran, please? The Iranians announced that they went back to negotiation on Thursday. The administration criticized them last week, and they said they were not serious. In fact, they reversed the progress. What makes you think that, apart from hope, that actually they are serious this time, and how much over time you're willing to do it? And secondly, your counterpart, you negotiate with your allies and you coordinate with them. Your counterpart in the UAE is visiting Tehran as we speak. So is this a unilateral effort from the Emirates to do it, or to reach to Tehran, or do you think this is a coordinated effort with the United States?
I'll put this quite simply. The more Iran demonstrates a lack of seriousness at the negotiating table, the more unity there is among the P5+1, and the more they will be exposed as the isolated party in this negotiation. So really, the ball is in Iran's court as to whether it wants to show up and demonstrate that it's going to be serious or not.
Looking forward to the meeting with, or the conversation with President Zelensky later this week, are there any steps or compromises Ukraine might be able to make to find a way to end this peacefully?
So again, as I mentioned before, we're in constant contact with senior levels of the Ukrainian government. Secretary Blinken just spoke with President Zelensky yesterday. I'm not going to characterize the specifics of their proposals, but they have come forward with constructive ideas for how to move the diplomacy forward. We're encouraging that. Those are steps they're taking, and they're asking the United States to support them in trying to get towards a ceasefire and then ultimately get down the track of diplomatic resolution. We believe that that is good and positive, and I believe that President Biden and President Zelensky will discuss that diplomatic pathway when they speak.
Can I just ask you about Nord Stream 2? You said Putin should, if he wants to risk the pipeline not being turned on. Have you made clear to allies that you will, in fact, sanction the remaining entities that are involved in that project if there is an invasion? And have you received any assurances from Germany? When Chancellor Merkel was here, there was discussion about what to do if Russia weaponized those gas supplies. That nothing came of that, even though there were some saber rattling by the Russians in recent months. Have you now received assurances from Germany that they will, in fact, not proceed with that?
So in response to an earlier question, I said I wasn't going to get into the specific sanctions measures that we intend to impose, although we will be communicating those directly to our Russian counterparts, and we will be working through them detail by detail with our European counterparts. What I will tell you is that the subject of the future of Nord Stream 2 in the context of an invasion of Ukraine by Russia in the coming weeks is a topic of utmost priority. It has been discussed thoroughly. I'm going to leave it at that for today.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mrs. Sullivan, how the tensions between the United States and Russia can affect African countries? And my second question is, how do you summarize this meeting? It was productive, it was good, or not?
It was a useful meeting. It was useful in the sense that it allowed President Biden to lay out in clear and direct and candid terms where the United States stands on this issue, and to do so having coordinated closely with his allies and partners beforehand, and also to talk about a potential way forward. Now, on the question of African partners, this is true the world over. The attempt to change the territories of another country by force should be vigorously opposed by every country in the world, including every country in Africa. I'll just take one more question.
What was Putin's demeanor over the course of the 2 hours? Did he signal any willingness to back down?
Again, I just make it a practice not to characterize the other side's position. He can speak for himself. I would say that his demeanor, like President Biden's demeanor, was direct and straightforward. And again, as I said in my opening remarks, this was a real discussion. It was give and take. It was not speeches. It was back and forth. And President Putin was deeply engaged, and I'm going to leave it at that in terms of trying to characterize where he is. All I can tell you is there is a tasking coming out of that meeting by the two presidents to their teams to start talking about how we might think about the diplomatic path. The President made clear throughout that diplomacy has to come in the context of de-escalation rather than escalation. And now we will watch what unfolds in the coming days. And I will thank you guys. I'm gonna come in.
Okay, thank you, Jake. Welcome back anytime. I think I can speak for the group. Okay, I just have a couple of items for all of you at the top. I wanted to just preview tomorrow. The president will be headed to Kansas City, Missouri, where he will continue highlighting how the bipartisan infrastructure law delivers for Missourians by rebuilding roads and bridges, upgrading public transit, replacing water infrastructure, and creating good-paying union jobs. The trip is a part of the president and the administration's nationwide tour that demonstrates how the president is following through on his promise to forge bipartisan consensus and prove our democracy can deliver big wins for the American people. And while he's there, he's going to be engaging with Governor Mike Parson, Kansas City Mayor Quinton Lucas, Representatives Sharice Davids and Emmanuel Cleaver, and a number of other state and local elected officials. He's going to be visiting the Kansas City Area Transportation Authority, and he will discuss how the historic investments in the bipartisan infrastructure law will provide more than $670 million in formula funding for public transportation, making commutes easier so people can get to work and home faster. The investments will also help Kansas City's ambitious zero fare, zero emissions plan to reduce pollution and increase opportunity by providing free public transit. He'll also discuss how the investments will help repair some of the 2,190 bridges and over 7,570 miles of highway in poor condition, with Missouri receiving $7 billion for highways and bridges, a nearly 30% increase in federal funding. And finally, he'll talk about how this bill will help support Kansas City's upgrades to its old and overwhelmed sewer system, which could cost the city $1.4 billion to complete. Missouri will receive more than $860 million to improve water infrastructure that will help deliver clean drinking water in every community. Also wanted to note that today the U.S. Surgeon General, Vivek Murthy, issued a new health advisory calling for immediate action to address the nation's youth mental health crisis. No child should feel like they have to go through a mental health battle alone. Students and families should feel supported, confident, and empowered. Everyone has a role to play in protecting and promoting the mental health of our youth. This advisory on protecting youth mental health lays out a series of recommendations that individuals, families, community organizations, social media companies, governments, and others can take to improve mental health for children and adults. Also wanted to note that the Vice President she hosted a summit today to mark the first ever White House Maternal Health Day of Action. She issued a nationwide call to action to both the public and private sector to help improve maternal health outcomes in the United States. In conjunction with the summit, the Vice President announced a new Department of Health and Human Services report showing the impact of pregnancy-related Medicaid coverage, and that the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services is proposing the establishment of birthing-friendly hospital designation and guidance to states on how to cover Medicaid postpartum services for a year. Amar, why don't you kick us off?
Does the White House have any reaction to a federal judge in Georgia's decision to block the administration from enforcing the COVID-19 mandate, vaccine mandate for employees or federal contractors?
Well, the reason that we proposed these requirements is that we know they work. And we are confident in our ability legally to make these happen across the country. As you know, the federal government, the largest employer in the country, we have successfully implemented these requirements in a way that has not only boosted vaccinations in the federal government with more than 92% of people vaccinated, but also helps avoid disruptions in operations. And our implementation sends a clear message to businesses, including federal contractors, that similar measures will protect their workforce, protect their customers, and protect our communities. I'd also note that a number of businesses across the country have also implemented these requirements, vaccinating or testing requirements, depending on the organization. And the CEO of Lockheed said last week that they are at over 95% on track to be compliant and are well on their way to be able to maintain operations. So I would just note, of course, the Department of Justice will vigorously defend this in court, but we know it works. That's why the President and the administration will continue pressing forward.
And how is the AWS outage affecting the government? And has the White House gained any insider understanding of the cause?
We have, of course, seen those reports, Amr, which I know were just out earlier today. I don't have anything new to update you on, but we can check and see later this afternoon if there is.
And finally, on the arrest in France of the Khashoggi subject, just wondering if the White House had any immediate reaction.
We did see the report, but I don't have any additional comment from here. Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask you about the debt ceiling. It looks like there's some movement on that. Can you tell us whether the president has spoken with McConnell, Senate Majority Leader McConnell, on that issue, and if you feel like you've kind of gotten over that hurdle, does that open the door to other compromises and more bipartisanship?
Well, the president has always felt the doors open. He's never closed it. But I will say we are heartened to see the progress being made today and hope for quick consideration so we can focus on the president's economic agenda, his Build Back Better agenda that will lower costs for Americans across the country as early as next year, child care, elder care, health care, et cetera. And this would leave space to spend time and focus on that. We have seen Leader Schumer and Senator McConnell engage in discussions in good faith to move this forward to prevent a default. That certainly is a good sign, and today was a positive development. We'll, of course, defer to Leader Schumer and Speaker Pelosi on the legislative mechanics and the path forward.
Since we're on the subject of Build Back Better, can you map out for us what's going to be happening over the next few weeks? Like, what is your sense of the timetable for a decision on that? And the one issue that seems to sort of fallen out is paid leave. I realize that, there are other priorities that are in the measure, but can you just say what you will do to worry about paid leave going down the road then?
Well, let me first say that the president absolutely wants paid leave to be law in the land. He proposed it in his package. We have fought for it in negotiations. We also fully recognize we need every single Democrat to support this bill in order to move it forward. I would note for the first part of your question, Andrea, in terms of what will be happening, I would really point you to the Dear Colleague letter that Leader Schumer put out yesterday, which outlined in great detail what's happening behind the scenes, whether it is the ongoing discussions between Senate committees and the bird-proofing process, as we call it, to review and consider components of the Build Back Better agenda and whether they will pass the bird bath. That is ongoing. The parliamentarian is clearly reviewing that. I would note that, as he noted in his letter, that on Friday and Saturday, 8 of the 12 Senate committees that were given reconciliation instructions submitted their final Senate text to the parliamentarian, the Congressional Budget Office, and the Senate Republicans. So this is a process that is behind the scenes, largely an important component of moving legislation forward. But I would also note that Leader Schumer conveyed in this letter, and has repeatedly conveyed, his intention and objective of moving this forward in advance of Christmas. We support that. And we're encouraged by that effort and that leadership. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. A few follow-ups on the call today that happened. One, when it comes to the calls that the president had last night with European allies, did he get commitments from them that they would, in conjunction and coordination with the United States, implement those economic sanctions?
We're not going to speak for them, Caitlin. Obviously, they can speak for what they have any intention to do, but there is agreement about the need to impose strong and significant economic consequences if Russia were to invade Ukraine. Obviously, that may look different from country to country, and we're focused on what our objectives are. The president laid those out in those calls yesterday and in a follow-up call again today, and we'll let them speak for themselves on what they have the intention of doing.
And Jake just made clear that the president, delivered some warnings to Putin today. What is, in his view, the timeline that he's looking at if Putin does heed those warnings and does de-escalate? What's the time frame for that?
For when Putin might de-escalate?
How long does he think that would take? Is he looking at the next several days, the next several weeks?
I'm not going to give you an assessment for that. That's really up to President Putin. Our objective is to prevent Russia and President Putin from invading Ukraine. So, of course, we want them to de-escalate, but that was the clear bottom line of the message.
And one last question, just logistics. Is the president going to attend the funeral for Bob Dole?
He, of course, considered former Senator Bob Dole a friend, somebody he admired greatly, as you saw in the statement, but I will let them announce any specifics of the plans for the funeral. Go ahead.
Just quickly on the call, Jacob said that characterizes this as useful, says there's more work to do, but big picture, is there a sense that as one of the results of this call that tensions are now lessened as a what's the sense of tension?
The way we see our relationship with Russia is that the president and leaders in this administration are going to be direct and clear where we have concerns, as the president was on this call. There are also areas where in the same call, we are going to discuss how we can work together. Our objective, a large portion of this call, as Jake Sullivan just outlined, was on Ukraine and our concerns about the military buildup on the border and our concerns about the bellicose rhetoric. But the proof is in the pudding and the eating. I can't even remember exactly the president's statement on that or his saying he likes to say, but really our objective and our focus is not on the tone. It is on what their actions are. And we would like, of course, to see them de-escalate and most importantly, not to invade. If they do, part of this call was to convey clearly there will be consequences and significant ones. Go ahead.
What would be a sign to the president that Putin got the message today? Would it be for him to start to pull troops back, and when?
Again, I'm not going to assess that or provide an assessment of that from here. We will know if Russia and President Putin decides to invade Ukraine. I don't think that will be a secret, and so we will certainly be watching that. Our preference is, of course, for that not to happen, and the president made clear that there is an off-ramp here, and that we want to have a diplomatic path. We have a diplomatic path forward to have these discussions, but I think that will be clear. I don't think it will be a secret. That is what we're working to prevent.
Is the administration starting to put plans in place in case Americans in Ukraine need to be evacuated quickly?
I know there was some reporting about this. Of course, the military does contingency planning for a range of potential scenarios in order to keep the U.S. personnel safe. And when a security situation warrants it, the State Department issues travel notices and security warnings to U.S. citizens. That's how the process broadly works, but it's not the standard process for the United States government to evacuate U.S. citizens. Typically, if a security situation deteriorates, the State Department issues a travel warning or a travel advisory. Obviously, our embassy would provide consular service. We're not even at that point right now.
Are there any lessons that were learned during the mass evacuation in Afghanistan that are already being heeded this time around as you begin contingency planning?
I think it's really important for people not to compare the two. I mean, of course, you can ask any question you want, but Afghanistan was a war zone. We were at war for 20 years. What we're talking about here is a situation we are trying to work to de-escalate and move towards a diplomatic path, but it is not a comparable situation in our view. And also, I would say that it is not standard, as you all know from our discussions about Ethiopia, for the U.S. government to plan for, we plan for everything, but to evacuate on military planes American citizens. There is a lengthy process that we undergo typically around the world. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Jake talked a little bit about conversations with Germany regarding Nord Stream 2. Can you at all characterize the process of arriving at some sort of an agreement about what might happen involving Nord Stream 2 if Russia is to move forward? And does the administration have any regrets at this point about waiving sanctions against Nord Stream 2 back this spring?
Well, I would first note that, and Jake broadly referenced this, but back in July, there was a joint statement of the United States and Germany on support for Ukraine, energy security, and our climate goals. And what it conveyed in there is, quote, that it made in the joint statement, there would be action taken if, quote, Russia attempts to use energy as a weapon or commit further aggressive acts against Ukraine. Obviously, invading Ukraine would be an aggressive act. And part of these discussions are what the contingency planning would look like if they were to take that step. That is one of the lessons, and I think Mara asked this very good question yesterday and today about what are the lessons you learned from 2014. What you can look at for people who covered this back then is that there's an enormous amount of preparation, contingency planning, tracking of social media, and the use of disinformation tools. A lot of that is done because we did learn some lessons in 2014 leading up to it. I think what's important to also note is that I know there's a lot of members on the Hill, not a lot, some who are vocal, who are conveying that Nord Stream 2 is the answer here. And what the point Jake was making, or additional steps on Nord Stream 2, is that would actually not be an effective deterrent, that is not effectively going to change the behavior of President Putin. Putin. So yes, Germany, in our joint statement, made these commitments. There are a range of economic tools and options we have, our European partners have, should they decide to invade. Obviously, our preference is that we not get to that point.
Referencing, because you brought up the members on the Hill who often talk about Nord Stream 2, and Jake's July statement. These members say that Russia has taken action that, using gas as a geopolitical weapon. They point to, coercing and manipulating countries in Europe over the course of the summer, taking advantage of the energy crisis, for instance, just a couple months ago. And Biden and Merkel promised sanctions if those events were to transpire. Does the White House believe that what we've seen up until now is not Russia using gas as a geopolitical weapon?
I think what we're talking about here and what we're trying to achieve here is a deterrence of actions that would be detrimental and, of course, hurt the territorial sovereignty and integrity of Ukraine. And what I was referencing is the fact that there are some who are suggesting that this would deter. And our assessment is that it would not. Now, again, we've been having conversations with a range of partners, including our important partners in Germany. And yes, there is a reference, as I referenced in July, to this joint statement. But again, I would really, I don't have anything new on Nord Stream 2 at this point in time. I just think it's important to understand what would be a deterrent and what would not be.
Another topic. Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot appeared to pass some blame on to retailers for these smash and grabs, saying that she's disappointed that these stores are not putting security officers in place, having working cameras, and chaining up high-end bags. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Congresswoman, said earlier this week also that she doubted allegations of organized retail thefts. She believed it was a Walgreens in California that cited it, but the data didn't back it up. Does the president believe that organized retail theft is really happening, and should it be on the stores themselves to take action to prevent it?
Well, we don't agree, and I think our actions and the work that we have had in working with the Justice Department, the FBI, and federal law enforcement show that we take. We have seen some of these extremely disturbing videos showing retail thefts, and both major retailers as well as state and local leaders like Governor Newsom have identified this as a serious concern. We agree. That's the reason why we have sent additional support from the FBI, providing additional assistance. It's one of the reasons why we have also been, the president and members of our administration have been longtime advocates for supporting and funding the COPS program, something where the president proposed almost $300 million in additional assistance through his budget from what it was last year, and why we have also provided money to get provided financial assistance to get money to hire 50 more police officers through the COPS program that the president has championed in places like San Francisco, and an additional 20 officers in Los Angeles. So I think his record speaks for itself on this. We are going to continue to advocate for supporting programs like the COPS program, ensuring that our law enforcement are good partners as we're working to address these retail thefts across the country. Go ahead, Kristen.
Jen, thank you. I have a foreign policy and a domestic. I'll start
Great.
with the
Okay.
foreign policy. It's a big picture question.
Okay.
The withdrawal from Afghanistan over the summer was widely criticized. There are increasing tensions with China and Taiwan, and now you have Russian troops amassing on the border with Ukraine. Candidate Biden campaigned on a pledge to restore America's credibility on the world stage on his foreign policy experience. Is he living up to that pledge?
Well, Kristen, he also campaigned on a promise to bring an end to a 20-year war that should have ended 10 years ago, and to bring our troops home and not to send another son, grandson, granddaughter, or daughter into a war that the Afghans aren't willing to fight themselves. He also pledged to stand up for democracy and pledged to stand up for countries like Ukraine and their territorial integrity. And that's something that he is standing up for and vocally doing now, and raising concerns he has about the bellicose rhetoric and the military buildup. And he also pledged to stand up for human rights. And you saw this decision we made yesterday, that's just not made yesterday, but the announcement, I should say, made yesterday about the decision to not send a diplomatic presence to the Olympics because he believes it needs to be more than words, it needs to be actions. And I think he is certainly delivering on his values and how he proposed he would be leading in the world.
Domestic question, Jen. John Tester just told NBC News that he plans to support the provision to essentially nix the Biden administration's vaccine mandate for big businesses. So he, along with Joe Manchin, what is your response to that, the fact that some Democrats are joining on to that? And should it make its way through the House? It's obviously facing an uphill battle there. Would the president veto that?
Well, let me first say that the president has a great relationship with Senator Tester, one with Senator Manchin, and he has always had constructive and open dialogue with both of them. I think it's important to remind everyone what this OSHA rule is all about. One, it's based on a 50-year-old law, and we are confident in our ability to implement it. It's about not just requiring vaccination, but unvaccinated people to get vaccinated, but the alternative of testing. So testing once a week. And I think our view, and the view of many Americans, is that if people aren't vaccinated, having them test once a week is quite reasonable. As we're thinking about how to protect our workplaces, how to protect stores and retail locations as people are out shopping for Christmas and the holidays, how to protect our children in schools and public places. And we also know that more than 100 leading public health experts have endorsed this rule. It's also building on what we've already seen businesses do on their own. 60% of businesses across the country are implementing these requirements because they know they work, they know people will feel confident being in their workplaces, and they know that they will provide a more stable work environment. So we certainly hope the Senate, Congress will stand up to the anti-vaccine and testing crowd, and we're going to continue to work to implement these. If it comes to the president's desk, he will veto it. And we've got a new variant and cases are rising. President's been clear, we'll use every tool to protect the American people, and we hope others will join us in that effort. Go ahead.
Given the stakes with regard to Ukraine, are there any plans here for the president to address the American people on the issue?
The president does speak to the American people nearly every day, but we will certainly keep you updated if there's something more formal to announce.
Specifically on Ukraine, I mean, you're talking about the possibility of serious consequences, I mean, economic and otherwise. Is this something the president intends to talk to the public about?
I understand, Steve. I'm sure the president will certainly be communicating with all of you and the public about this and many other issues in the days to come. I don't have anything to preview for you at this point in time.
Follow-up. Late last week, you told us the president took a COVID test for at least 3 days. Have those tests continued?
He did take another test on Sunday. He tested negative.
Just
go ahead, Alex.
What is the reason for the call with President Zelensky happening on Thursday as opposed to, say, today or tomorrow?
Well, the president also had a call with his European partners today. He is traveling tomorrow, so I think it was just a matter of getting it on the schedule.
What's his message going to be that we don't already know or is not already public? I mean, what's his message to him going to be?
The president will convey, as we've conveyed publicly and as he's conveyed publicly, that he strongly supports the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of Ukraine, that we will continue to be a strong supporter through a range of assistance. We have provided, I believe, $400 million in assistance since the beginning of this year, $60 million as a follow-up to President Zelensky's visit here earlier this fall, and that we will continue to be close partners and work in close coordination with them in the weeks and months ahead.
A number of Democratic senators are expressing some frustration over Guantanamo Bay, the detention center there, the prison, and why it's not, more progress isn't made in shutting it down, something the president has said he wants to do. How come it's taking so long, and what commitment does he have to seeing that come to fruition?
He absolutely remains committed to shutting down Guantanamo Bay, something he has stated many times in the past as vice president, running for office, et cetera. I'm sure I can get you an update from the Department of Defense on the number of detainees who are still there. That's something that is under constant review, but we can get that to you after the briefing as well. Go ahead.
Let me just ask, the readout referred to these countermeasures coming in the event of, quote, military escalation. How do you define military escalation? Is it Russian troops setting foot further into Ukraine, or would other things count?
What would the, tell me more.
Has a history of, sowing, discontent or unrest in regions, supporting indirectly or, deniability, separatist movements.
And we've already seen this. We've already seen this happening, right? Over the course and.
It's been in the Donbass, right? And he could, for instance, maybe follow up with troops into the Donbass in a way that he hasn't before, or similar sort of first step measures that aren't a full military incursion. Would the U.S. and its allies consider that a violation and start triggering some of these countermeasures, counterpunches that you're threatening here?
I certainly understand why you're asking. I'm just not going to parse the different scenarios. I think we have been clear. Jake Sullivan was clear. The president was clear with President Putin that if they invade Ukraine, we have a range of economic options to take, and they will be significant and they will be severe. But I'm not going to parse what every different element might look like. Those are conversations we would continue to have with our European partners, with Congress, and beyond that, I'm not going to parse further from here. I think Jake Sullivan spoke to this pretty clearly just a few minutes ago.
Give us an update on the remaining Fed nominees. He's got a few left to make.
He does. We hope to have those soon, and we continue to hope to have those out to you this month, yes. Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
Thank you. Following up on the announcement of not sending an American delegation to Beijing for the Winter Games, you were just saying this is an example of action that the president would take. Would the president support the IOC moving the games from Beijing altogether?
I have not heard that's an option under consideration. I can just speak to what the decisions are we're making here from the U.S. government, which we spoke to yesterday.
He still believes, though, that the Olympic Games should be played in Beijing?
I'm not aware of a consideration of them being moved.
And also, is the president right now engaging with Democrats in Congress on the current debate over lifting state and local tax cap for those who make over $400,000?
The SALT deduction? That is something, as you know, there is some support for in Congress. It's not something the president proposed, but it is something that certainly is part of the discussion. As some of these members who support it, they've raised, which won't surprise you, they've also raised it publicly with members of our team. So it is part of the discussions and the negotiations that are ongoing at a senior staff level.
Does the president oppose it? SALT?
He didn't propose it initially, but we are working to get this bill done.
But does he oppose it?
Again, he didn't propose it initially. We're working to get this bill done and across the finish line, but it was not his proposal. Our objective continues to be to lower costs for the American people across the country on child care, on elder care, on health care. This bill will do exactly that. Create a universal health care system, a universal pre-K system that has never existed in the past. There are components that there is support for that are still a part of the discussions, but I think you can note the president didn't propose that initially. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Jen. Yesterday you seemed to dismiss the idea of sending COVID-19 tests to all Americans, but other countries have taken similar aggressive steps to make testing free available to all citizens. Singapore, for example, sent 6 test kits to all citizens in September. In the UK, any citizen can order a pack of several testing kits all at once. Is the White House's position on this simply a cost analysis, or are there other reasons why the administration doesn't think that sending tests, COVID-19 tests, to all Americans is a good strategy?
Well, let me give you an overarching, comprehensive understanding of how we're approaching this to give you a sense, and I appreciate the question. So our objective is to continue to scale up our testing program to meet demand and ensure that people who want tests are getting tests. And there are a range of ways people want tests. Some people want to do it in their homes, certainly, and we've seen an increase in demand for that in recent months, and we've quadrupled our capacity in that regard. So we'll keep building. Some people want to go to their primary care physician. Some people want to go to a community health center or rural health center. Some people want to have their kids tested at school, an option that many public schools have made available, or in private schools, I guess, as well have made available. So what our focus is on is ensuring that everyone in America has access to free testing, whether at a doctor's office, pharmacy, community testing site, or now at home. And there's a couple steps we've taken from the beginning. We haven't always, there's obviously a lot of interest in testing now for good reason. And one, in February, we wrote new guidance to make insurers cover asymptomatic PCR and point of care tests, critical to helping the majority of Americans who have private insurance not worry about burdensome test costs. So what that means is before that, if you went to get a PCR test, as we know, which is a test that can certainly track very closely whether you have components of the virus, you had to pay for it. Our private we now insured many months ago that was not the case. As I noted, we quadrupled the number of free pharmacy testing sites with a priority on vulnerable communities in addition to state and local community sites. So today there are 20,000 sites across the country with free quality tests. That means you can walk into the pharmacy, get a free test, get it done, ensure you're taking that step. That's the preference for some. We've also secured funding from the rescue plan, invested it in hardest hit areas, $10 billion for schools to conduct testing, nearly $1 billion for rural clinics and hospitals. And toward the summer, we also planned for the school year, ensuring school districts had the resources to set up a testing program to ensure kids stayed in school. We also doubled down our work to get testing to congregate settings that were more vulnerable and where demand was higher. As Delta hit in the summer and demand increased for testing, we immediately jumped into action. And as we've seen at-home tests become more in demand, we've taken steps on that front to make them free. So if you have private insurance, we're making sure you'll get reimbursed by your insurer for at-home tests, if that's your preference, if that's what you would like to do. And we made sure that the tests you get from your healthcare provider, like PCR tests, are covered with no copays. I also would note that we also announced last week we're sending 50 million free tests starting this month to convenient locations like health centers and community sites. So overarching, our objective here is to make them accessible, to make sure that people who want to get tested can get tested in any means they choose to do, and to make sure they're free for everyone in America.
And I understand all those efforts, but wouldn't it be a good idea to just send them to all American homes? It seems like that would make it more readily available to just, have it sitting, knowing that one is just sitting in your kitchen somewhere. Why isn't that a way that it would be an effective strategy?
Well, our assessment is that the best way to make these tests readily available and accessible to people is to make them available, meet people where they are, and make them available at places where people go: community health centers, rural health centers, pharmacies, doctors' offices, schools, and also have a component where people can have tests for free at their home. But our approach is not to send everyone in the country a test, just to have millions of tests go unused where we know others can make use of them. So we have made an assessment about how to make them free and available to Americans across the country. That's absolutely our objective, and we'll continue to build on it.
And you did seem to reference cost yesterday, so is that concerned with just how logistically, financially, how hard that would be to get to all American households?
Again, our objective is to make them readily available to people where they are across the country, and we have made the assessment that doing that is most effective by donating these 50 million tests to community health centers and rural health centers, by making them available at 20,000 pharmacies, by working with schools and workplaces to make testing available, and also to providing the option for people to get free tests in their host. Go ahead.
Two polar opposite questions, one on Ukraine and one...
I like the setup today that everybody's doing. Polar opposites, different topics. Go ahead.
Well, they are really. Ukraine and the messaging and the results on the vaccines, not just being fully vaccinated, but now the boosters as the vaccines are winning. On Ukraine, Jake talked about clarity. He talked about de-escalating. He talked about being direct. The president was. But is there any room, as the effort is to de-escalate, is there any more room for the president to maybe have another conversation, another direct conversation with Putin on this in efforts, as we seem like we're at the 11th hour?
Sure. I mean, in April, I will say that the president certainly values leader-to-leader diplomacy, as you've seen evidence of over the course of the last several weeks. What they agreed to at the end of the call, that there would be close coordination and discussion at the level of senior national security staff. That's the next natural step here. It's really up to President Putin to determine what the path forward will look like. So I don't have any calls to predict or preview at this point in time.
But it's not hypothetical to say leader to leader. Putin is someone that this country has had some issues with over the years, and it's not about trust, it's about watching what he does. So the question once again is there an opening a possibility, if it needs to be, if there needs to be a conversation, would the president be amenable to talking once again to Putin?
Well, the president just ended a call with him just a couple of hours ago. So I think we're going to see how this goes here with conversations and important follow-up. But I don't think the president has ever hesitated to have leader-to-leader conversations if that is going to be effective and helpful in resolving any circumstance.
Piece on the booster with the messaging, what is the next piece? What are you getting back from the nation as you're asking for boosters? Dr. Fauci has said that, the 2 shots are now waning. We're seeing more people who were vaccinated in the hospital from breakthroughs. And now it's boosters. What are you seeing from America? Is there a weariness, or are people responding to the call?
We've seen people responding to the call, April. I mean, our boosters program is off to a very strong start. In our assessment, 47 million people have already received a booster. About 1 million people are getting boosted every single day, more than ever before. So this is in strong demand, which is good news, because as you noted, it will help protect people further. It will help give another layer of additional protection. And we have plenty of supply across the country, 80,000 sites, and we're working with governors and FEMA to ensure we have plenty of easy and convenient locations. So there has been an increase in boosting by people over the past week plus, 1 million people a day, and we're continuing to make sure they're accessible around the country. Karen, go ahead. Okay, I'll go Karen because I just called on her. Go ahead.
Thank you. Somewhat of a follow-up on the testing. The CDC is now urging people to use a rapid test before they go into an indoor gathering, even if they're vaccinated or don't have symptoms. You talked about the free test that will soon be out there for Americans, but it's still going to take some time. Right now, they're still a little bit pricey. The administration's invested billions of dollars to bring the cost of that down. When do you anticipate they will be cheaper for Americans to buy if they wanted to just walk into a pharmacy?
Well, we do know now that we are giving 50 million tests now this month to community health centers and rural health centers across the country. And there are already 20,000 pharmacies across the country where free testing is available. And you can also go to your doctor and get a free test. So there are options. We are working to implement some of these specifics by mid-January in terms of how people can get reimbursed for tests. I think if what you're asking about, we're doing that as rapidly as we can as people are looking to get home tests. They're about $7 a test, and certainly will continue. Our objective here, our larger objective, is also to create a market so that that cost continues going down, that there are more tests on the market, and the costs continue to decrease over time.
And why didn't we see the CDC make this recommendation before the Thanksgiving holiday, that people should start doing this, before people were gathering indoors with family and friends, that they should consider doing these rapid tests?
Well, again, I would really point you to the CDC because they look at a range of data and science as they make assessments or make additional recommendations, and I would encourage you to ask them that exact question. Thank you so much, everyone. Okay, we will also keep you guys updated on when the pool needs to gather as well, as we see if we're on time or not. So good afternoon. As you all know, later today, the president will be delivering remarks on how his Build Back Better Act will lower prescription drug prices for millions of Americans. Ahead of these remarks, the president is currently meeting with some of the 1 in 4 Americans who take prescription drugs and struggle to afford them, and he'll talk about that in his remarks today. He will discuss their conversation and the plights of the people he's meeting with. The 3 people he's meeting with struggle to pay for insulin, even rationing doses. These stories are all too common. Nearly 30% of Americans who take prescription drugs have skipped a dose. The president's Build Back Better Act will provide relief to Americans struggling to pay for their prescription drugs, and for good reason. Americans pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs, often 2 to 3 times as much as citizens from other developed countries. That includes many medicines that were invented long ago and cost very little to make, such as insulin, which was invented a century ago and costs only a few dollars to make, but whose cost has skyrocketed in recent years, often to over $1,000. The President's Build Back Better Act will cap the cost of insulin to $35 a month, limit seniors' prescription drug expenses to $2,000 a year, empower Medicare to negotiate down prices for some of the most expensive drugs, penalize drug companies that raise the cost of medicines more than inflation, lower costs for seniors by ensuring they never pay more than $2,000 a year for drugs under Medicare Part D, and expand healthcare coverage to millions more Americans. He also isn't waiting to take action. He's already acted to bring down the cost of prescription drugs with an executive order that increases competition, which will lower prescription drug costs, directed the FDA to get less expensive generic drugs to consumers faster, and ordered the FDA to work with states and tribes to import drugs safely from Canada. This is expected to save Coloradans, for example, 60% of their drug expenses. So you hear the president talk more about that later this afternoon. Also, just wanted to provide a quick update on our booster program. To date, the United States has administered more than 47 million boosters. Just in the last week, we've seen strong demand for boosters, with close to 7 million Americans getting their booster in the past week. This is critical to ensuring Americans have the best protection against COVID-19 as we head into the winter. And as part of our comprehensive push on boosters, this week CMS will issue email booster reminders to the more than 14 million people that receive Medicare emails. It will also launch booster reminders at the beginning of calls to its 1-800 line, which receives more than 2 million calls per month. Amr, why don't you kick us off?
Thank you. First, just on the Olympics and the diplomatic boycott. Several reports the president has decided to move forward with the move. Is that correct, that he's come to this decision?
The Biden administration will not send any diplomatic or official representation to the Beijing 2022 Winter Olympics and Paralympic Games, given the PRC's ongoing genocide and crimes against humanity in Xinjiang and other human rights abuses. The athletes on Team USA have our full support. We will be behind them 100% as we cheer them on from home. We will not be contributing to the fanfare of the Games. U.S. diplomatic or official representation would treat these games as business as usual in the face of the PRC's egregious human rights abuses and atrocities in Xinjiang, and we simply can't do that. As the president has told President Xi, standing up for human rights is in the DNA of Americans. We have a fundamental commitment to promoting human rights, and we feel strongly in our position, and we will continue to take actions to advance human rights in China and beyond.
The Chinese Foreign Ministry has already suggested that there'll be countermeasures, firm countermeasures, I believe the term that they've used. Have they indicated to the administration yet what sort of action that they might take for this move?
Well, I don't have anything to read out in terms of their intentions or what they would convey from officials from the PRC. But our view is that's not the right way to view or frame our relationship. Our view is that cooperation on transnational issues is not a favor to us. It is not a transaction. The PRC should be taking action on issues where the global community, to meet the needs of the global community. And that's what they should do in order to be a part of leadership in the global community. So I don't have anything to read out on their front. They can certainly speak for themselves.
Can you walk us through a little bit of the logistics of tomorrow's video meeting with President Putin? Just everything from who will be in the room on the U.S. side, how much time has been blocked out for the meeting, and how much do you expect to be focused on Ukraine versus Iran, cybersecurity, some of the other issues of tension or mutual interest in the relationship?
Sure. Well, I'm certain we will put out a list of the delegation who will be attending. I can see if that's something that we can provide to all of you later this afternoon, and I can also check on the logistics of how much time is blocked out for the meeting. In terms of the focus of the meeting, as was announced when we announced it this weekend, is an opportunity for the president to underscore, of course, U.S. concerns with Russian military activities on the border with Ukraine and reaffirm the United States support for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. It's also an opportunity to discuss a range of topics in the U.S. and Russia relationship, including strategic stability, cyber, and regional issues. But you can certainly expect that our concerns about the military activities on the border will be a prominent part of the discussion. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Should Americans be prepared for the likelihood to see American forces on the ground in the region in the event that Russia does invade?
I'm not going to get ahead of the president's conversations with his transatlantic partners, which is going to happen later this afternoon, and we'll provide you a list of who will be participating in that call as soon as those scheduling details are finalized. But I would say that our objective here, Cecilia, is conveying diplomatically that this is the moment for Russia to pull back their military buildup at the border, that diplomacy is the right path forward here, but that we are going to continue to coordinate closely with our partners, our transatlantic partners, on a range of economic sanctions and steps that couldn't be taken should President Putin decide to move forward.
And how would the White House characterize relations with Russia heading into this call right now?
I think our objective from the beginning of the president's time in office has not been to escalate the relationship, but has been to move to a more stable footing in the relationship. But certainly that means that we can raise concerns where we have them, specifically about areas like the military buildup we've seen on the border in Ukraine. Many of us lived through a similar playbook back in 2014. And the president is not going to hold back in conveying his concern and also conveying our conversations and our preparations should they be warranted. We don't know that President Putin has made a decision. We don't know that yet. But that's why this is an opportunity to have a conversation. But there's also an opportunity in this call to have a conversation about a range of topics where there can be mutual interest, whether it's Iran's nuclear capabilities as a member of the P5+1 talks and what that looks like moving forward, and other strategic stability issues where we have worked together in the past.
Just very quickly on China, if I may, is a diplomatic boycott enough given the human rights abuses?
Well, let me first say, everybody can call it whatever they want to call it. I would just remind you that often when you use diplomatic boycott, that phrase, that brings people back to 1980, and we are not. The athletes will be participating. We will be rooting for the athletes from home. I am an Olympics-obsessed person, so I'm looking forward to doing that. But I think this is just an indication that it cannot be business as usual, that not sending a diplomatic delegation sends that message. That does not mean, I think this was your question, just to come back to it, that that is the end of the concerns we will raise about human rights abuses in Xinjiang. We've already taken a number of steps. We've been a leader in the world in leading actions through the G7. We're obviously also working with Congress, but this is just sending a message that given these human rights abuses, we cannot proceed with business as usual. Go ahead.
Are you trying to get other allies to join the United States in this diplomatic boycott?
Well, Steve, we have informed them of our decision, and obviously we will leave it to them to make their own decisions.
Why not pull American athletes from the Olympics?
I don't think that we felt it was the right step to penalize athletes who have been training, preparing for this moment, and we felt that we could send a clear message by not sending an official U.S. delegation.
And on the Putin call, how specific will the president be with Putin on what the consequences will be if there's an invasion?
I think the president will be clear, as we have conveyed publicly, that we have been preparing a range of economic sanctions or economic options that could have a detrimental impact on the Russian economy. In terms of what level of detail, I will leave the president the space to do that himself. Go ahead.
On those potential sanctions, obviously European partners have different equities here, particularly on the energy side of things. Will these all be done in concert with transatlantic allies, or is there a possibility that the U.S. would operate some on a unilateral basis?
It's a great question, Phil, and I think the president is going to have this conversation with a number of key partners this afternoon. Obviously, it's important to us to move in coordination and in lockstep with our transatlantic partners and allies, but I don't want to rule anything in or out before those conversations are had.
On the domestic front, Senator Schumer sent a letter to his colleagues this morning making clear that his deadline of Christmas to finish Build Back Better still stands at this point in time. Seems like there's still a lot of work to do. Is that a deadline you guys subscribe to, would like to see, or do you see it going further than that?
Well, as you noted in his Dear Colleague letter, very Washington term, Leader Schumer made clear today that he's moving full speed ahead, and that he outlined in very specific wonky Hill detail that I'm sure you of all people appreciate, Phil, all of the work happening behind the scenes. Obviously, we're engaged in that, but we certainly support Leader Schumer's effort and push to move this forward and get it done in the coming weeks.
I guess what I'm asking is Christmas drop dead, or can this be something that moves past Christmas if the legislative realities make that the case?
I certainly understand why you're asking. We have many conversations and briefings between now and Christmas. So we're just encouraged by Leader Schumer's effort to move this forward, all of the work happening behind the scenes among staffers, among members, to move this forward and get it done. Go ahead, Ashley.
Thank you. Jen, on the Democracy Summit, can you explain why countries such as Hungary, which is an EU member, and Turkey, which is a NATO member, are not invited, while other countries like the Philippines and Pakistan, which has an especially egregious record on human rights, are included?
Sure. Well, the Democracy Summit that will happen later this week is an opportunity to bring together U.S. officials, civil society leaders, and foreign leaders who represent a diverse array of experiences to talk about strengthening democracy, defending against authoritarianism, fighting corruption, and promoting respect for human rights. Inclusion or an invitation is not a stamp of approval on their approach to democracy, nor is exclusion a stamp of the opposite of that, of disapproval. So it's just meant to have a broad scope of leaders, a broad scope of private sector and civil society officials represented.
On that briefly, there's sort of the roughly 110 countries you've invited, there's a group of about a dozen or so that are a little, to use a non-wonky term, cuspy, right? They feel like they could kind of go either way. Can you just give a little thinking on how those decisions were made when there was a debate over a country?
Sure. I mean, I would say, broadly speaking, that this is an opportunity, again, not to celebrate everything we've done on democracy, either for the United States or all of these countries, and call it a day. It's an opportunity to continue to strive to do better. The president feels that, democracy is always a work in progress. You're always trying to make yourself better, to lead better, to push other countries to be better, and this is an opportunity to do exactly that. So understand, of course, the interest in the invite list, but it's not meant to be, again, a stamp of approval or disapproval, just meant to have a diverse range of voices and faces and representatives at the discussion. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. You mentioned that Biden was obviously deeply involved with the Ukraine in 2014, and I'm wondering if you could talk about what his takeaways are from that experience, because a lot of the things that he's saying this time, supporting NATO allies on the eastern flank, sanctions, those sound like the same things that you guys tried to do in 2014, and it didn't stop Russia from taking Crimea. So why does he think this will be different?
Well, I think first, our objective at this point, Mara, is of course to prevent them from moving forward and to convey on the front end that we have been working in lockstep and in coordination with Congress, with countries, our NATO partners, with transatlantic partners to prepare a range of steps that could be detrimental to their economy. I would say that there are some certainly lessons learned or things that we've watched and seen that we certainly saw back in 2014 a massive spike, more than tenfold, in social media activity pushing anti-Ukrainian propaganda, approaching levels last seen in the lead up to Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2014. That was something that didn't have a lot of past precedent at the time, but to us, we see that as an indication of efforts to influence inside and outside, of course, as well. We've also seen evidence, as we've noted here, of Russia making plans for significant aggressive moves against Ukraine. So I would say our objective, or the president's objective, is to, on the front end, always lead with diplomacy, have those conversations. We're having them directly with Russian leaders. The Secretary of State obviously met with his counterpart last week, and we're having those at a range of levels. The president speaking with President Putin tomorrow. But in the meantime, to prepare a range of options should they decide to move forward.
Why will your efforts this time be more successful than last time? Why do you think they will be?
Well, we will see if they are. But our objective, first and foremost, is to prevent the move forward, the military progression that we saw happen in 2014.
One quick question on testing. Last week, obviously, the president explained some ramp up in testing, but there's still a lot of countries like Germany and the UK and South Korea that basically have massive testing free of charge or for a nominal fee. Why can't that be done in the United States?
Well, I would say first, we have 8 tests that have been approved by the FDA here. We see that as the gold standard. Whether or not all of those tests would meet that standard is a question for the scientists and medical experts, but I don't suspect they would. Our objective is to continue to increase accessibility and decrease costs. And if you look at what we've done over the course of time, we've quadrupled the size of our testing plan. We've cut the cost significantly over the past few months, and this effort to ensure insurers you're able to get your tests refunded means 150 million Americans will be able to get free tests.
Complicated though. Why not just make them free and give them out and have them available everywhere?
Should we just send one to every American?
Maybe.
Then what happens if every American has one test? How much does that cost, and then what happens after that?
All I know is that other countries seem to be making them available in greater quantities for less money.
Well, I think we share the same objective, which is to make them less expensive and more accessible, right? Every country's going to do that differently. And I was just noting that, again, our tests go through the FDA approval process. That's not the same process it doesn't work that way in every single country. But what we're working to do here is build on what we've done to date and continue to build out our testing capacity because, Mara, we absolutely recognize that this is a key component of fighting the virus. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. On Russia first, you said that the goal is to prevent Putin from invading. So what is President Biden willing to threaten in this phone call will happen if Russia invades, just beyond more sanctions?
Well, again, I think that it's not about threats. It's about conveying that the right path forward here is through diplomacy. In the meantime, on financial sanctions, we've consulted significantly with our allies and believe we have a path forward that would impose significant and severe harm on the Russian economy. You can call that a threat, you can call that a fact, you can call that preparation, whatever you want to call it. But that is something we've talked about publicly, and certainly the president would convey that as well.
Is President Biden prepared to warn that there's the possibility of U.S. military involvement if Russia invades Ukraine?
Again, I'm not going to get ahead of the president's conversation, but that is not our first objective. I would note that in the past, if you look back at 2014, that one of the outcomes here, if they were to decide to move forward, is that the other countries in the eastern flank, in many of them NATO partners, will be looking for reassurance from the United States. That's something that was a follow-up to 2014. I'm not sure that is what Russia wants to see, but that would be a natural consequence if they were to move forward as well.
And then on China, did the White House consider going a step further and barring U.S. athletes from participating in the games?
I'm not going to get into additional considerations. All I can convey to you is where we landed and the decision that was made and why.
And why did you make that particular decision? Why not bar Why not go further and bar U.S. athletes from the games?
Because not sending a U.S. delegation sends a clear message that we cannot conduct ourselves with business as usual, that we are not in a state where business as usual is appropriate at a time where there are human rights abuses that we have been outspoken about, that we have taken actions on, and we feel this sends a clear message. At the same time, we believe U.S. athletes, people who have been training, giving up a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, preparing for these Olympics, should be able to go and compete, and we look forward to cheering for them from home. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. On the violent crime spike that we've been seeing, there have been smash and grab robberies. There was the pretty alarming murder in the wealthy Hollywood neighborhood last week, and then an attack, a violent robbery in Pacific Palisades on Friday. This is sort of similar to the crime spike that we saw over the summer, and one of the president's biggest pushes to address that was the DOJ strike teams that were sent out to those 5 cities. It was DC, New York, Chicago, LA, and San Francisco. Since those strike forces were assembled in July, have they accomplished anything?
Look, I think we sent those strike forces in part because of the spike in gun violence, something that continues to be a concern. And we sent them, the Department of Justice, I should say, sent them in order to work in partnership and in lockstep with law enforcement on the ground. We've also recently taken steps. The Justice Department, the FBI, and federal law enforcement have been working with local jurisdictions, especially areas like Los Angeles, San Francisco, and others where we've seen a rash of break-ins, to offer their assistance and provide assistance through multi-jurisdictional task forces. We know that we've seen over the course of time, while we'll let other people determine what the cause and effect is, we know we've seen an increase in crime over the course of the pandemic. We've seen that timeline. What the president's been focused on doing is working to ensure there's funding to support local cops, to support local jurisdictions, to ensure that a law enforcement at a federal level is a partner, both in the short and long term, to address either these spikes in crimes or gun violence, which is an ongoing concern, and to ensure there's adequate funding in the budget. So that's what we are working to do. The Department of Justice, I'm sure, can provide you an update on the strike forces.
Are you talking about the funding in the Build Back Better plan then?
The funding in the president's proposed budget, which is an increase significantly over what former President Trump proposed.
So are you saying that passing the spending plan would address crime then, in that way?
Well, I'm saying that passing the president's budget, which is something obviously we want to get to next year, since we could only get to a short-term CR, has significant increase in funding to support police departments, support the fighting of crime, and a significant increase from former President Trump, and something President supports.
And then is there any concern that not having an ATF nominee while all this is going on is somehow leaving vulnerability or a gap in leadership?
Well, I think our collective view here is that the blocking of a fully qualified, experienced former ATF agent from serving in that role certainly is something Republicans didn't have to take the step to do, but here we are. So we have to nominate a new person, and when the president finds the right person, I'm sure he'll be prepared to do that. But again, we could have had a nominee, somebody who was qualified, ready and prepared to serve in that role, confirmed and working.
And real quick, I just want to ask about the Washington Post article. There's another article that's come out after a string of articles detailing dysfunction in the vice president's office. And then the director of operations put out a tweet today talking about how much he loved his job. There was a similar sort of social media push this summer following some negative headlines about ongoings in the vice president's office. Did anybody ask the deputy director to put out a positive tweet today, or was that all him?
I'm not aware of any asks for a positive tweet or a specific tweet. I would point you to the vice president's office, but I work with a number of people in the vice president's office who certainly are looking forward to continuing their jobs. Go ahead.
Jen, did President Biden give President Xi any kind of a heads up about his intention and decision-making with this diplomatic boycott?
When they spoke a few weeks ago?
Yes.
It was
or
the
before
Olympics.
your announcement today?
The Olympics were not a topic of discussion during that call.
Will there be any conversations between the two governments explaining the decision-making?
Certainly lower level than President Biden. They were made aware of the decision.
And on the call tomorrow with President Putin, the president says he expects it will be a long one. Of course, tensions with Ukraine will be a major topic of discussion, but not the only one. How much time do you anticipate will be devoted to that versus the follow-ups from the Geneva summit on strategic stability and cybersecurity?
Well, we certainly expect Ukraine to be a major topic of discussion during the conversation, but there are other topics that we also expect to receive some attention. So, and I understand the desire for an understanding of the breakdown. I expect we'll have a better breakdown once the call actually happens that we can provide to all of you tomorrow.
And finally, just on COVID, Dr. Fauci said yesterday the Africa travel bans are being evaluated on a daily basis, that it's possible the policy could end at any time. So what would the White House need to see happen
in order to lift those bans?
It wouldn't be the way, it would be a recommendation from Dr. Fauci and the health and medical experts that we should pull back those travel restrictions, and that's something that's being evaluated and discussed on a daily basis.
Back on Ukraine, just to distill it down to a couple important terms of art. Does the president view the current territorial integrity of Ukraine and the vital national security interests of the United States?
I would say, of course, we view the territorial integrity of Ukraine as a vital interest, global interest for the global community. And it is of our interest to ensure there's stability across Europe. But I'm not going to give further definition to it.
So, but if the answer is yes, it means one thing. If the answer is no, it means...
Well, I think you're asking this and sort of you want a yes or no answer, and I would say foreign policy is a little more nuanced than that. So keep going. What's your next question?
Next question has to do with the return of the Migrant Protection Protocol,
Yep.
the Maine and Mexico program. Immigrant rights advocates say that the idea that the United States government is going to be able to facilitate lawyers for migrants who want them is an empty promise. What can you say to assure those people that, in fact, you'll live by that commitment?
Well, I would say first to all of these people that it is not our preference to be re-implementing and reinstituting the Migrant Protection Program protocol. We are doing that because of court order and legal requirement to do so, and that we have put in place a number of changes to make from the Department of Homeland Security to improve some humanitarian components. But we still feel that the program is inefficient, inhumane, and we are not. We did not eagerly re-implement it, I should say. But in terms of people who are skeptics, we are absolutely committed to doing everything we can, as we are required by court order to implement this, to take steps to ensure that there are that we are injecting additional humanitarian considerations and providing the assistance that we have promised to people who are participating in the program. Go ahead.
David Barnett, the chief of Mossad, is in town. He met with the CIA director a few minutes ago. So he's trying to push as a military option against the nuclear plants in Iran as a last resort. Would President Biden support this option in case that negotiation does not make any progress?
Well, every president has a range of options. I'm not going to outline those from here. Our approach, our desire continues to be a diplomatic path forward. The last round of meetings were disappointing, and Iran did not come to the table prepared to make progress. On the sixth round of negotiations, all of the negotiators are back at home having consultations. I'll let them do that and give them the space to do that. Go ahead.
I have a couple questions.
Sure.
First, just to go back to Build Back Better, obviously we know that the president is talking about drug pricing in that bill in a few minutes, but I think the big question is still just where Senators Sinema and Manchin are on this. It has been for months at this point. As the president and senior staff work on negotiating with them, are they confident that something can actually get done in these next couple of weeks with those individual people? I know overall the committees can do their work, but it's still there's been these sticking points for quite some time, and they haven't seen in their public comments recently to really be yielding all that much. So how do you handle that from here? And is the president planning on speaking or having either of those senators over in the next couple of days this week?
We have been in close touch with a range of senators, including the ones you mentioned, at a senior staff level, and I expect that will continue. And of course, Leader Schumer certainly understands and knows that you need the majority, every single Democrat, in order to successfully move forward with a vote. But in the meantime, he is leading the effort to do important preparations to get to that point. And obviously, the president is highlighting the components of the package on prescription drugs that lower the cost, that ensure that people who are the millions of Americans who are dealing with covering the cost of insulin don't have to choose between that and food or share insulin with other people, as some of the stories he'll outline today will tell you. But in terms of what individual senators will do or where they are, they have to speak for themselves.
The Presidential Commission on the Supreme Court is holding its final public meeting tomorrow to vote on their report that will go to the president. What are your plans for how the president will and the White House staff will process that information and then respond to it? That came from an executive order with a 180-day timeline. So will there be a shorter timeline for an evaluation of this. I think that you're seeing, just since the oral arguments last week on abortion, a lot of concern among a lot of people on the Democratic side about the court, and how are you going to kind of respond and move forward on those issues?
Well, so as you noted, later this afternoon, it will be posted, and then there'll be a meeting, and they will, tomorrow, I believe, and that will be the next step in the process. The president will then get the report, and will have time to review the report, but I don't have a timeline for how long it will take him to review the report. I would remind you all, it's not a recommendations that he either accepts or denies. He asked this diverse group of experts from a range, from across the political spectrum, from across the viewpoint spectrum, to look at and assess a range of issues that have long been discussed and debated by court experts, whether it is how cases are taken up, or the length of individual justices serving, or court expansion, and to assess and provide a review of that, not to make, again, here are the 5 recommendations, accept them or deny them. So that's the next step. It will be posted. You all will see it. And then in terms of when, how, and when the president will review it and what that means, I will give him the space to do that.
Okay, but there's no kind of plan at this point of how you will respond to that.
Well, he'll have to review it first, and I don't think we're going to set a timeline for what that looks like and what it will mean after that. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. The Biden administration today put out a big report about addressing corruption. I want to ask you 2 quick and hopefully pretty easy questions about that. Shortly after President Biden's virtual meeting with the Chinese president, the first son's attorney said that he has finally divested from a Chinese investment fund controlled by state-owned entities. I was hoping you could commit to basic transparency about that transaction, including the name of the buyer, the dollar amount, and the timing. And the second question is, my colleague Miranda Devine has a new book out called The Laptop from Hell, and I was hoping that you could confirm that the laptop is indeed authentic and not Russian disinformation, as you seemed to suggest on Twitter last year.
Well, on the first, the president's son is not an employee of the federal government, so I'd point you to his representatives. And as it relates to the book, I have neither had the time nor interest in exploring or reading the book. Go ahead, Tina.
The first son's attorney
Go ahead,
didn't
Tina.
give any
I think I answered your question.
transaction.
Go ahead. You can go to the representative of the person who's not an employee of the federal government. Go ahead, Tina. I think we have to move on. Go
Is there
ahead.
anything the White House is doing to help parts of the U.S. where we're seeing hospitals that are overwhelmed again with the Delta variant, like parts of Massachusetts and New York? Is there any help that can be sent out to help them?
Let me check on it specifically. What we have done over the past, and I suspect we're doing now, but I just don't have the information in front of me, is working with state public health officials to ensure we are sending surge resources to them, because as we've talked about a fair amount in here, it's not just the vaccines, to your point, it's ensuring that there are health and medical experts as needed, additional resources, sometimes it's medical needs or medical equipment needs, and we've been really surging those on an as needed basis. So I will check and see on Massachusetts if there's anything in addition.
If I can just ask about, if the White House is concerned about the child tax credit expiring on December 15th, is that something that's being discussed with Senate Democrats in negotiations with them?
Absolutely, we're concerned, as should millions of Americans be. And that is an area that is a part of the president's Build Back Better agenda, and why he and we are so eager to get it done. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. You said in response to Ashley of the president's belief that democracy is always a work in progress and that you have to push yourself to do better as well as pushing other people to do better. So what does the president believe the United States needs to do better?
Well, I think first, when the president took office, one of his key objectives is restoring trust and faith in not just government, but in institutions. And doing that in a range of ways. That means not only respecting and valuing the freedom of press and media here and around the world, it also means ensuring we are speaking out against human rights and ensuring we are taking steps to address corruption around the world. We just put out a major report on corruption today, too, in advance of the Democracy Summit. So what I was getting at, I think, is, and I think why you were asking, is that it is not, we are continuing to work hard do better, ensure we are protecting our own democracy here at home. And I think it is unquestionable that as people around the world, countries around the world, looked at the events of January 6th, looked at what happened here in the United States, it was clear that when the president came into office, this was going to be front and center on his agenda, and it has been.
Shifting gears on one other
Yeah.
question. Besides Build Back Better,
Yeah.
what legislation realistically does the president think that Democrats can pass into law before the end of his first year in office?
Before the end of his first year in office. So let's see, next January. Look, there's a lot of steps. It is 6 weeks away. Look, I'm not going to get into the legislative calendar. I'll leave that to Leader Schumer to take steps on. And I'm not going to give a timeline on it, but the president obviously wants to get his Build Back Better agenda done as soon as possible. He wants to make voting rights a reality. He wants to get police reform done. He wants to ensure that the CHIPS Act passes through and we can ensure that we are taking additional steps in a bipartisan manner to address the supply chain crisis. He wants to get his nominees through. So there's a lot that he would like to see happen in short order, and we're going to continue to work with leaders to do that. Go ahead.
Are you going to do a readout later of these leader calls?
Oh, after the call this afternoon, yes, I expect we will.
And then lastly, did you have a reaction to the court in Burma finding Aung San Suu Kyi guilty of charges of incitement?
Yes, I believe that we put out a statement or the State Department put out a statement, but let me reiterate some of these key points, Steve. The Burmese military regime's unjust conviction of Aung San Suu Kyi and the repression of other democratically elected officials are yet further affronts to democracy and justice in Burma. The regime's continued disregard for the rule of law and its widespread use of violence against the Burmese people underscore the urgency of restoring Burma's path to democracy. We urge the regime to release Aung San Suu Kyi and all those unjustly detained, including other democratically elected officials. Go ahead, Karen.
Jen, is the president going to attend Bob Dole's funeral this week? And if he does, will he be giving a eulogy for his friend?
Sure, I certainly understand the question. I'm just going to leave it to them to finalize and announce any details of the funeral for former Senator Dole. As you saw in the president's comments yesterday, obviously he's somebody he considered a friend, somebody he respected, somebody even when he disagreed, he felt was a lion of a leader in his time in public office.
And on Russia, one quick one.
Yeah.
The Russians are urging people to not have high expectations going into this call
Yeah.
tomorrow between the presidents. Is that the White House message too?
I think it is. I mean, our objective here is that this is an opportunity. We had been talking about having a conversation about a range of issues. The president believes in leader-to-leader diplomacy, and this is an opportunity to convey very clearly and directly where we have serious concerns, including as it relates to Russia's military activity on the border with Ukraine, and to reaffirm our own support for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. It is certainly up to President Putin to make the decisions about what steps he is or is not going to take. April, why don't we do you as the last one?
Thank you. Back on MPP really fast.
Sure.
Haiti is included in that. What is the update on the investigation that Mayorkas was having on that?
Sure. I know that the Department of Homeland Security has put out comments on that. I don't have anything new to update you on in terms of the status.
And when it comes to COVID, advocacy groups are very upset that many of those who are coming into this nation are not being vaccinated. They say it's a ripple effect. As you talk about getting vaccinated and boosters, what do you say to that?
I would say first that for MPP, for individuals who are in Mexico and are coming in for court hearings, they would be offered a vaccine. And also, we are still implementing Title 42 because we are still in the middle of a global pandemic, which means that for people who are trying to irregularly enter the country, that would still be applicable. Thank you, everyone. We'll do it again tomorrow, everyone. We got to wrap it up. Thanks, everyone. Okay. On popular demand and request of the press corps, I'm joined today by Dr. Fauci, who will give a brief statement and then answer some questions. He does have a hard out a little bit after 2, so we're going to get to as many questions as we possibly can. With that, I will turn it over to Dr. Fauci.
Thank you very much, Jen. So, as some of you may have heard, the California and San Francisco Departments of Public Health and the CDC have confirmed that a recent case of COVID-19 among an individual in California was caused by the Omicron variant. Genomic sequencing was conducted at the University of California at San Francisco, and the sequence was confirmed at the CDC as being consistent with the Omicron variant. So I know there are a lot of questions, but here's what we know right now. The individual was a traveler who returned from South Africa on November the 22nd and tested positive on November the 29th. The individual is self-quarantining, and all close contacts have been contacted, and all close contacts thus far have tested negative. The individual was fully vaccinated and experienced mild symptoms, which are improving at this point. So this is the first confirmed case of COVID-19 caused by the Omicron variant detected in the United States. And as all of you know, because we've been discussing this, we knew that it was just a matter of time before the first case of Omicron would be detected in the United States. And as you know, we know, I've been saying it, and my colleagues on the medical team and others have been saying it, we know what we need to do to protect people. Get vaccinated if you're not already vaccinated. Get boosted if you've been vaccinated for more than 6 months with an mRNA or 2 months with J&J. And all the other things we've been talking about getting your children vaccinated, masking in indoor congregate settings, etc. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna call on people. Go ahead, Deke.
Thanks, Dr. Fauci. At this point, should Americans be changing anything they do in their day-to-day lives? Are you changing what you do? Is the president changing what he does?
No, that's a good question and an obvious question. But if you look at the things that we have been recommending, they're just the same. And we want to keep doing that and make sure we pay close attention to that.
And are there other cases that the CDC is investigating as potential Omicron variants in the U.S. right now?
To my knowledge, at this point, no.
What should we take away from the fact that this person's symptoms appear to be mild at this point, and have all the other travelers on the plane also been contacted?
Well, this is what we call in medicine an N equals 1, which means that you really can't take anything away from a single patient. It is we feel good that this patient not only had mild symptoms, but actually the symptoms appear to be improving. But as we've said, there's a lot of information that is now evolving out of countries like South Africa that have a much larger number of individuals, not only who are confirmed, but individuals who are probables, which means they are going to have a lot of experience, which we will benefit from here as the weeks go by. Some of you have heard me say that in a matter of 2 weeks or 2.5, 3 weeks, we'll know a lot about transmissibility, about whether or not it essentially eludes some of the protection from things like monoclonal antibodies, whether or not the disease itself in general is going to be severe, and what is the difference in an individual who's been vaccinated versus unvaccinated, boosted versus not boosted. We're going to get that information. So again, I appreciate your question about one individual, but we're going to get a lot more information.
Thanks, Dr. Fauci. 2 questions for you. One, you said this person had been fully vaccinated. Had they had a booster shot yet?
To my knowledge, no, Caitlin.
Okay. And under consideration, the CDC is considering having stricter testing requirements to get into the United States, a 24-hour window before taking off, but also is considering having a period of retesting once you get back to the United States. Would that have helped in this case if that was already in place?
You know, I'm not so sure, because this person, did what we hope other people would do. They got off, and as soon as they became symptomatic, they went and got tested, and it was positive.
And so when do you think those new requirements when it comes to travelers are actually going to be implemented, given clearly this is something that is already affecting the United States?
Well, that's obvious, all things that are being considered and under discussion, Caitlin. I don't think I can make any real statement about when and if that's going to happen.
Thank you. Dr. Fauci, in addition to any new testing requirements, what about new requirements for self-quarantining for travelers returning to the U.S., which in this case might have made a difference if he was quarantining for 7 to 14 days?
But you know, the recommendation is that the individual would self-quarantine if they are not vaccinated, and would also get tested within a period of 3 days. That's a recommendation right now.
And can you help us understand why the travel ban is effective right now for those particular 8 countries, especially when Omicron's been detected in other countries, including right here in the U.S.
Well, if you go back and look at when we first found out about these cases that were emerging in South Africa, no one feels, I certainly don't, that a travel ban is going to prevent people who are infected from coming to the United States. But we needed to buy some time to be able to prepare, understand what's going on, what is the nature of this infection, what is the nature of the transmissibility, and we wanted to make sure that we didn't all of a sudden say, it's like anything else, don't worry about it, and then all of a sudden something unfolds in front of you that you're really not prepared for. So we look at this as a temporary measure.
Thank you. Dr. Fauci, do you support a vaccine requirement for domestic flights? The president was asked about this earlier this week and said that that had not yet been recommended to him. You're his chief medical advisor. Do you think that's something the country should adopt?
You know, I'm not so sure we should say that that would be a requirement. I would say what I've been saying all along, that we have 60 million people in this country who are not vaccinated, who are eligible to be vaccinated. Let's get them vaccinated. Let's get the people who are vaccinated boosted. Let's get the children vaccinated. That's where we want to go, as opposed to a requirement.
Wouldn't some people say that, you know, you have extinguished many of your options to, you know, get those people vaccinated, and this is one of the ways, as the OSHA mandate is held up in court, this would maybe be a way to push more people to get vaccinated?
You know, that's a possibility, but I think for the people who are listening to this, we again talk about why it's important to get vaccinated. I think what's happening now is another example of why it's important for people to get vaccinated who've not been vaccinated, but also boosting. Boosting is really very important because the data that we get on boosting, if you look at the level, for example, of an antibody, a neutralizing antibody, peak following the second dose of a 2-dose mRNA, it's like at this level. If you look at the peak following the 3rd shot boost, it goes way up here. And people ask, why is that important? Because our experience with variants, such as the Delta variant, is that even though the vaccine isn't specifically targeted to the Delta variant, when you get a high enough level of an immune response, you get spillover protection even against a variant that the vaccine wasn't specifically directed at. And that's the reason why we feel, even though we don't have a lot of data on it, there's every reason to believe that that kind of increase that you get with the boost would be helpful, at least in preventing severe disease of a variant like Omicron.
Dr. Fauci, as you know, a lot of Americans right now are shopping for the best sort of booster or whatever they can get. And given the fact that manufacturers and scientists are racing to learn more about this variant and then to modify a vaccine that will more directly combat it right now, first, for those who already received their boost, how long would it be for them before conceivably they could have a new modified booster that would more directly target this? And is there any reason those individuals should wait, given the White House has said it'll be a couple of months perhaps before we have a more modified vaccine that more directly targets it?
Great question, because we get asked it a lot and it's a relevant question. So right now, I would not be waiting. People say, well, if we're going to have a booster-specific vaccine, should we wait? If you are eligible, namely 6 months with a double mRNA dose or 2 months with the J&J, get boosted now. We may not need a variant-specific boost. We're preparing for the possibility that we need a variant-specific boost. And that's what the companies are doing. The administration has been in contact with the pharmaceutical companies to go ahead and take the steps in case we need it. But the mistake people would make is to say, let me wait and see if we get one. If you're eligible for boosting, get boosted right now.
Thank you, Dr. Fauci. Follow up to Tyler's question, because there is screening in place for international travel, but we've seen how quickly variants can spread once they reach our shores. Does the science not suggest that there should at a minimum be a testing requirement for domestic air travel? And if not, why not?
Well, again, these kinds of things we always talk about and consider, but right now, I'm not so sure we need a testing for an air travel in this country. I always get back to the fact is that people should wind up getting vaccinated and boosted if they're eligible for a boost. I keep coming back to that because that's really the solution to this problem.
Two quick ones. Moderna executives have said in the past couple of days that this variant appears threatening and may demand new vaccines. What do you make of those remarks that seem a lot more alarmist than the administration's view or other vaccine makers?
Well, I know that we don't have enough information right now. As you know, and we've said this, that the profile of the molecular profile of the kinds of mutations that you see would suggest, A, that it might be more transmissible, and that it might elude some of the protection of vaccines. But we don't know that now. We don't know what the constellation of mutations are actually going to be. We have to be prepared that there's going to be a diminution in protection, which is the reason why I keep getting back over and over again and say why it's so important to get boosted. But I think any declaration of what will or will not happen with this variant, it is too early to say. And I think we need to be careful, because I know you're going to be reading a lot of tweets and a lot of comments about this. We're really very early in the process.
Saying that this proves more transmissible but less virulent than Delta, would there be any public health benefit to furthering its spread by lifting travel restrictions, for example, so it can outcompete the Delta variant?
You're talking about something really dangerous. You're talking about let a lot of people get infected to see if, in fact, you could protect them. That's something that I think almost all infectious disease people with any knowledge about infectious disease would not say that's a good idea.
Dr. Fauci, we are firmly in the holiday season, and a lot of Americans are wondering whether it's safe, even if they've been vaccinated, to go to a cocktail party without a mask, with a glass of eggnog in their hand. What's your advice to them?
Well, the advice is what I follow myself and what I tell people to do, is that get vaccinated. I'm going to get to your question. I'm not eluding it. Get vaccinated, number one. If you're eligible for a boost, get boosted. And in a situation with the holiday season, indoor type settings with family that you know is vaccinated, people that you know, you could feel safe with not wearing a mask and having a dinner, having a reception. But when you are in a public congregate setting in which you do not know the status of the vaccination of the people involved, it is very prudent to wear a mask, and that's what I do.
Spike the eggnog. Thank you.
Well, you know, obviously, I mean, unless you have a special kind of mask that I don't know about, the fact is, sure, when you're eating and when you're drinking, take the mask down, but to the extent possible, keep it on when you're in an indoor congregate setting.
Dr. Fauci, as you advised the president about the possibility of new testing requirements for people coming into this country, does that include everybody?
The answer is yes, because you know that the new regulation, if you want to call it that, is that anybody and everybody who's coming into the country needs to get a test within 24 hours of getting on the plane to come here.
Well, what about people who don't take a plane and just these border crossers coming in huge numbers?
You know, but that's a different issue. For example, when you talk, we still have Title 42 with regard to protection at the border. So there are protections at the border that you don't have the capability, as you know, of somebody getting on a plane, getting checked, looking at a passport. We don't have that there. But we can get some degree of mitigation.
Is there something to do to test these people somewhere else?
There
There
is testing at the border under certain circumstances, as you know.
Michael.
Doctor, two questions. First, for folks in California, I know this is only one case, but what's your message to them should they be particularly concerned? And secondly, with your emphasis on boosters, why not make a determination that it's in the interest of public health for the definition of fully vaccinated to include that additional dose?
Okay, so for the people in California, we've been in contact with the public health officials in California. I'm not sure exactly what they're going to say, but I'm pretty sure they're going to say just do all of the mitigation, all of the things that we have been talking about up to now. For those who've not been doing that, start doing that. For those who have been, continue doing that.
And then in terms of making a determination that
Yeah, I
fully
mean,
vaccinated...
again, there's the official determination of what something is for a variety of reasons. For example, employment and getting vaccinated, what is the definition? That will stay that way. For optimal protection, I'm talking about what your personal effort to be optimally protected. That's why I say we should all get boosters.
What about in terms of the mandate? Like, you have a vaccine mandate.
Right.
At what point does the booster become part of the mandate?
Yeah, I can't answer that right now, but I know that for the time being, the official definition of fully vaccinated is 2.
But do you see that changing? We keep having these variants. We're concerned about them.
It could
You're
change.
concerned?
It could change. It could change, yes.
Recommend it change?
Well, I don't know. Let's see what rolls out now. I mean, I know if I say it's going to change, it's going to get spread out, that's it. We don't know right now whether it should change, but it might.
Question on quarantining for international visitors. Do you think international visitors, when they arrive, they issue quarantine for 7 days, regardless of vaccination status?
Well, you know, there are certain requirements for people who are, you're talking about foreign visitors?
Yes.
Yeah.
Going forward. Should
Yeah,
this be a new
obviously,
requirement?
if they are, they have to get tested within 24 hours. And when they come back, if they're not vaccinated, they have to be in quarantine. They're recommended for quarantine and recommended to get a test within 3 days.
If they are vaccinated,
Yes.
I'm sorry. If they are vaccinated, should they quarantine?
Well, again, we're going to get confused here. You're talking about United States citizens, or you're talking about anybody that comes into the country from anywhere? I'm not sure what that's going to be. I think we'll have to just check with the CDC.
Karen.
Thanks, Jen. Dr. Fauci, there are reports that in a new book, former President Trump's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, says that the then president, tested positive for COVID 3 days before the debate with President Biden. Were you aware of that positive test at the time? And do you think, given what Meadows says, that he put then candidate Biden at risk at that debate?
Well, I certainly was not aware of his test positivity or negativity.
Do you think he put President Biden?
I'm not going to specifically talk about who put who at risk, but I would say, as I've said, not only for an individual, but for everybody, that if you test positive, you should be quarantining yourself.
Dr. Fauci, just to follow on that quickly, if I may. President Trump's doctor, who you worked with at the time, Dr. Sean Conley, was aware of that, according to Mark Meadows, who you also worked with during that time. And yet, former President Trump continued to go out in public events. Based on your medical advice, is that something that you would have recommended if he had tested positive?
Well, I would recommend to anyone, whether it's the president or any of my patients or any of the people that I deal with, that if you test positive, you should be prudent and quarantine yourself.
Christian.
Dr. Fauci.
Christian.
Dr. Fauci, with all due respect, there's 0 case of COVID, of Omicron case in Zimbabwe, in Namibia, in Lesotho, in Mozambique. What justify imposing a travel ban on countries that have 0 case of the Omicron variant?
You know, that's a very good question, an important question, and we did struggle with that, but we wanted to see if we could bide time temporarily. So I do hope that this gets sorted out and lifted before it has any significant impact on your country.
Go ahead. I think we have to keep going so we can get more people.
Thank you, Dr. Fauci.
Go ahead.
Last week, the governor of New York signed an executive order to postpone elective hospital surgeries to prepare for the Omicron variant. I know that you and your team are being proactive as we try to learn more about this, but do you believe that some states might be going too far too quickly before we know too much?
You know, I really don't want to comment on situation in individual states because there are so many factors from state to state that are different. I don't think it would be appropriate for me to comment whether a state should or should not postpone elective surgeries.
And then the president said that we will defeat this variant of the coronavirus, not with lockdowns or shutdowns, but based off of, the tools that we have now. Is there anything that we are, taking into this new variant experience based off of some of the adverse effects of some of those lockdowns? I mean, we just passed, I think, 100,000 overdose deaths for the first time ever.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, we always discuss things that we might do to better our preparation, better our response. That's something we discuss every single day. But right now, what I've always said, and I'll continue to say, let's utilize and implement the tools that we have, because if we had done that, if we had the overwhelming majority of people in this country vaccinated, and those who needed to be boosted, our vulnerability would be much less than it is right now.
Brian, last one, then we gotta let him go.
Dr. Fauci, what do you see as an end game? In the 1918 flu pandemic, it eventually evolved till it was less lethal. But there are those who are saying that we're never going to get that far with this virus because we need more people vaccinated. What do you see as the end game?
I mean, the end game, which we hope and I think will occur, is that as we get more people vaccinated, not only in this country, but globally, we will see a situation where viruses will not have the opportunity, what they have right now, is to essentially freely distribute and freely circulate in society, both domestic society and global society. The more protection you get with vaccines, the less likelihood a virus has to do that, the less likelihood a virus has to mutate, the less likely you're going to get a variant. So one of the things that we need to do about our long end game is to do the things we've been saying every single day, not only for ourselves, but internationally. And you know, we have done a lot and will continue to do a lot to get low and middle income countries vaccinated. Oh, absolutely. I mean, yeah, I mean, there's no doubt that, that this will end. I promise you that. This will end.
Thank you, Dr. Fauci. Sir, we have to let Dr. Fauci go. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it. Not additional details, but they're going to be doing a press conference in California where they may have additional details to share. I know we have a bit of a crowded day today, so we'll get to as many people as possible, and we'll let people know when they need to gather. So just a couple of light things at the, a couple of few things at the top. I'm sure everyone saw the red ribbon on the North Portico marking World AIDS Day, honoring the 36 million people, including 700,000 Americans who've lost their lives due to HIV/AIDS. Earlier today, we released an updated national strategy for ending the HIV epidemic in the United States by 2030. This is a national plan to re-energize a whole-of-society response to the epidemic while reducing the terrible toll of this disease and supporting those living with HIV. The president remains deeply committed to ensuring that those with HIV are treated with equity and dignity, and I know he'll have more to say soon. I also wanted to note a little bit of supply chain news. We announced in October the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach worked with our administration and our port envoy, John Procari, and announced a plan to cut down the number of days containers sit on the docks by charging ocean carriers a fee that escalates the longer a container sits on the dock. The good news is the result of the fee announcement alone, which hasn't even been implemented yet, has been pretty remarkable. The average time a container sits on the dock is on track to be back down to where it was when the president took office in January, and lower than it was in November of last year. This means we're getting goods faster to delivery trucks, faster to shelves, faster, of course, to people's homes. The fee has not even been implemented yet, so it is the fear of the fee, I suppose, that has prompted these steps. Also, just wanted to note the Vice President is convening the Biden-Harris administration's inaugural Space Council meeting today. She will be announcing 5 new members of the council, including the Secretaries of Education, Labor, Agriculture, and the Interior, as well as the Climate Advisor, and will also be announcing the release of the Space Priorities Framework. With that, Zeke, go ahead.
Thank you, Jen, and just first off, happy birthday.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. 25 feels really good, guys, as you all know, so I appreciate it.
On the topic of COVID, can you tell us when the last time the president was tested for the virus, and if there's been any change to the protocols surrounding his testing? And then just a request on behalf of all of us for some more regular updates on how frequently the president is tested and the outcome of those tests.
Absolutely. The president was tested on Monday. His test was negative. We can venture to provide you regular updates on that. Nothing has changed on the protocols.
Thanks. Secretary of State Blinken earlier today said that the U.S. was willing to impose new sanctions on Russia that it hasn't been willing to impose before if it were to invade more of Ukraine. What are those additional sanctions that the U.S. is considering, and sort of have there been other messages that you've been communicating to Moscow to prevent that action from happening?
Well, Secretary Blinken made those comments. He's in Europe now, meeting with European counterparts and our NATO partners and allies. He noted in his remarks, he detailed his concerns and conveyed that the United States, as you noted, Zeke, has been engaging intensely on this issue with our allies and partners, including, of course, on this trip. We've also been in touch directly with the Ukrainians as well as the Russians. In terms of what the tools would be, we have demonstrated from the beginning of this administration that we are willing to use a number of tools, economic tools, and other tools to address harmful Russian actions. The Secretary made clear today that we would not hesitate for making use of those tools, but we're going to do that in coordination and close coordination with our partners and allies. So I don't have anything else to preview for you today.
Finally, the president said he hadn't seen the Supreme Court arguments today in the abortion case. Is he going to get a briefing from somebody on how arguments went? And given that a majority of justices seem inclined to let that Mississippi law stay in place, what steps is the White House taking to act in case that law stays in place and if Roe itself is overturned?
Sure. Well, I would note, as I think many of you have experienced, the president has had quite a busy schedule today, and of course, he will be updated and briefed by his team on those arguments. I know we were all impressed by the strong argument in defense for the protection of Roe v. Wade and the woman's right to choose made by the Solicitor General during the hearings this morning. I would note that the president believes, since you gave me the opportunity, that the Mississippi law blatantly violates women's constitutional rights to safe and legal abortions. This case presents a grave threat to women's fundamental rights, to all of our rights as protected under Roe v. Wade for nearly half a century. Every woman, every American deserves access to health care, including reproductive health care, and the president is deeply committed to the constitutional right. As we've outlined before, and as he's mentioned before, he's committed to working with Congress to codify the constitutional right to safe and legal abortion as protected by Roe and subsequent Supreme Court precedent. He's announced his strong support for passage of the Women's Health Protection Act and urges Congress to pass it. So we will continue to advocate for that. Zeke, go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Quick question on, and a follow-up on what Dr. Fauci said. He said, especially the African countries where the variant has been found, or hasn't been found, those the restrictions hopefully should come off. At the same time, there are all these other countries, the United Kingdom, Netherlands, Italy, Germany, where the variant has been found. Is the administration actually planning to go ahead to include these countries in its travel restrictions, or is the idea to sort of pause, wait for more data, and then sort of wait and see what the next step is?
Well, Anita, the president is briefed every day by his COVID team, and will continue to assess, based on their recommendations, any additional steps that need to be taken. As Dr. Fauci noted, there's a lot we don't know. So putting in place these travel restrictions was intended to give us more time to do the necessary evaluation, data, and testing required that our health experts are working around the clock to do. And they made this assessment and recommendation about the countries in this where we would put in place these travel restrictions in order to give us that time. But whether additional countries could be added, we will continue to assess. And obviously our objective is to not have any of these be permanent. We want to learn more information, know more information, but the president is always going to err on the side of protecting the American people.
Just a quick follow-up on that. So the couple of countries where there haven't been any cases found, are you quickly moving forward with the decision on whether you want to lift the travel ban?
Again, we're going to continue to assess what steps need to be taken to protect the American people. This was not a political decision. It was based on the advice, recommendations of the health and medical team. The president accepted that advice. He put in place those restrictions, and he's always going to err on the side of protecting the American people. But of course, as we learn more information, we're going to continue to assess what additional steps should be taken. Go ahead.
Sorry, a quick one follow-up, Jen, on gasoline prices.
Yeah.
We've sort of been looking at retail and wholesale gasoline prices for a while now, and a Reuters analysis shows that the price gap has gone up to $1.40. This is despite the president's calls to companies to reduce that gap. They're clearly not paying attention, and we're wondering what more the White House can actually do to get them to comply with what the White House is asking.
Well, you're right. The price at the pump usually moves alongside the price of refined gas. But recently, as you noted, there's been a split where the price of refined gas is going down, but prices at the pump are going up. That's exactly why the president sent the letter to the FTC last week, because that's not what we should see as the trend. There shouldn't be price gouging across the country. You shouldn't have oil CEOs bragging out there about the profits that they benefit from when prices are high at the gas pump. The FTC, as you know, is an independent agency that has the discretion, the tools to look into whether anti-consumer conduct is occurring in the market. So I'd certainly point you to them, but we'll continue to raise this issue. The president sent a letter last week, as you know, asking them to look into this.
Long-term solution, right, Jen? Anything immediate?
Well, again, the FTC, as an independent agency, I'd point you to them. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Has the president been briefed on this first case of the Omicron variant, and who briefed him?
He has been briefed. Again, he meets with his medical team every day.
But was he briefed this afternoon or this morning on the first case?
Well, he has a regular briefing with his, I'm not sure if it was this morning or afternoon, he'll receive more detail, but he is aware and has received the initial information on the first case.
Thank you. And Secretary Blinken's comments today about Russia preparing essentially to invade Ukraine, that they don't know if Putin has made the decision to do so. Does President Biden have plans to speak with President Putin in the coming days?
I don't have any calls or engagements between them to preview. I would say we are in touch with Russian officials at a range of levels. We have been clear about our concerns about their bellicose rhetoric, as well as the reported troop buildup at the border, and that message has been sent clearly. Also, it's very public that we've been in touch and engaging with our European partners and allies about what steps we would take should they choose to make that move forward. Go ahead.
On the issue of quarantines, Dr. Fauci touched on this a bit, noting that they are still a recommendation for some. But can you explain further why they aren't being mandated or why that isn't up for consideration?
We base decisions on the recommendations of our health and medical advisors. Obviously, there are recommendations that have been made, as you saw the CDC statement last night. Recommendations versus requirements. Sometimes a challenge is implementation and how you would implement things, but we're going to continue to rely on them for advice and make decisions about what policies should be announced. Can I note one thing? Because the president is obviously speaking tomorrow to outline his winter plan. You've seen some reported components that you may hear about more tomorrow, but I would also note for all of you as you're thinking about what to expect, as some of you have asked, that really this is also about not just requirements and restrictions, many of which we've announced, some we've announced and we wanted to act quickly on, but also about how to make vaccines and boosters more readily available and build on the plan we have already put in place. And as you heard Dr. Fauci say many, many times, even just standing here, that is a key part of our plan, and you will hear him talk about that tomorrow. So that's a piece you can expect.
And on the issue of government funding, you mentioned that the administration, of course, is in contact with leaders from both parties in Congress, but just right now, are you confident that we are not going to see a shutdown at the end of this week?
That's what we are working towards. Obviously, it requires Congress to prevent that from happening, but we have every confidence they will move forward and prevent the government from shutting down.
One more. Has the president reached out yet to the families of the students that were killed in yesterday's school shooting?
I don't have any calls to read out at this point in time. I will check and see if there's any updates on that for you. We have been in touch with state and local authorities, offering our assistance, of course, our condolences. As you saw the president say yesterday, our heart goes out to this community and these families. And as a parent myself, I think you watch this news and this coverage, and it really just sticks with you. So go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Was President Biden made aware that in the days before the debate with former President Trump, that Trump tested positive? Did anybody relay that message to him?
We were not aware of the reports that were out this morning in advance, no.
Anything to add about what he is thinking now that he knows that, Trump had tested positive and they were in such close quarters just a few days after? Well,
I think for people who are watching at home, obviously this debate occurred more than a year ago, and as you know, the president is very healthy, as you saw our release of his medical report from last week, and he has tested regularly, as Zeke asked about. But I would note what is not lost on us is that no one should be surprised that currently in Congress, as we're looking at the government staying open, you have supporters of the former president who withheld information reportedly about testing positive and appeared apparently at a debate, also held events at the White House reportedly with military veterans and military families reportedly. Many of you covered, so you could confirm that, and did that without disclosing. And these supporters of the former president are advocating for shutting the federal government down so that 20% of the public who are refusing to get vaccinated or tested can be free to infect their coworkers, our children, filling hospitals, that is what they are advocating for. They want to shut the government down in order to advocate for people to assert that on society. So I don't think that should be lost on us as we're looking at these reports this morning either.
Another question on the messaging around vaccines and boosters, because initially I think it was, get the vaccine for protection, and people interpreted it as protection from catching COVID. But given the number of breakthrough cases we are seeing, is the message evolving to get the vaccine and booster so you don't die or so you don't get really sick because you'll probably catch it? I mean, I just am trying to understand how we should be thinking about the vaccine and boosters now, given how many breakthrough cases there are.
Well, Leisha, I think this has been the case for several months now, that the messaging from our health and medical experts, and therefore as a result from all of us, has been that the vaccines and of course the boosters can have an enormous impact on protecting you from serious illness and death. that there will be breakthrough cases. But I can tell you myself that there is a big difference from getting COVID and having a mild case and being in the hospital and on a ventilator or infecting people in your community. So that has been our message for several months now to people across the country. There will be breakthrough cases, but certainly preventing hospitalization and preventing death is a significant value of these vaccines and the subsequent boosters that are now available across the public. Yeah, go ahead.
Day. Ahead of today, the British government announced they would begin to allow people who have tested positive for HIV to join the armed forces if they no longer have detectable cases. Is President Biden considering revising the ban on HIV positive people or lifting it?
I would really point you to the Department of Defense. I'm happy to see if there's anything new from them on that front. Go ahead, Peter.
Thank you, Jen. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
The president talks
You
about.
better ask me a really hard question now, otherwise conspiracy theories out there.
I've got like 3. So President Biden talks about how respecting the rule of law is one of America's most cherished values. Does that mean that he's going to stop pushing for these vaccine mandates for workers now that federal courts are saying that they don't know if they're legal?
Well, let's just clarify exactly what we're talking about here. There are vaccine requirements that, and testing, a lot of companies do requirement to be vaccinated or tested, that companies across the country have been putting in place for months. Recent polling by USA Today and other outlets have suggested that 60% of businesses are moving forward on putting these requirements in place. You know why? Because it makes sure they have a healthier workplace. It makes people feel more confident in going back to work, something that a lot of employers, as they're trying to hire, have had issues with, and that they're moving forward in putting in place additional requirements or additional steps to protect their workforce. That's absolutely their right to do. There are court cases right now, something that the Department of Justice is fighting, and we are confident in our ability, given it's based on a 50-year law, are these OSHA requirements, and the implementation date is in early January. But what should be clear to people out there is that private sector companies, many of whom are just putting in place steps to protect their workforces, have every right to do that. That helps their workforce, that helps the economy, and that's something we certainly support and advocate for people doing.
Okay, to the questions from earlier about messaging, whatever happened to President Biden's promise to shut down the virus?
We're working on it, Peter.
There's another variant here. Is the idea that you want people now to kind of wrap their heads around that the president, instead of shutting down the virus, is going to try to help people live amidst the virus and go about their lives, but COVID is going to be here?
Well, Peter, what's very important for people to understand, and all of you are communicating to the public about what steps they can take to go back to normal or go back to normal life, something everybody wants to do. We're all sick and tired of this virus. But we need approximately 20% of the population, or more people than are currently vaccinated, to go get vaccinated and go get boosted. What we can do as the federal government is make those vaccines free, make the boosters free, make them available. The president will talk more about what we're going to do tomorrow, but we need the American people to do more who are not vaccinated to help us continue to fight the virus.
Last one, a lot of talk about the first Trump-Biden debate today, but at the second one, in 2020, when roughly 220,000 Americans had already died of COVID, Joe Biden said about Trump, anyone who is responsible for that many deaths should not remain as President of the United States of America. Is that still the standard now that more Americans have died under President Biden than President Trump?
Well, I think the fundamental question here is, what are you doing to save lives and protect people? And the former president was suggesting people inject bleach. He apparently, reportedly, didn't even share with people he was going to interact with that he had tested positive for COVID himself. He continued to provide a forum for misinformation, which probably led to people not taking steps forward to protect themselves, to wear a mask, to eventually get vaccinated. This president has made the vaccine widely available. He's relied on the advice of his health and medical experts, and he is trying to be a part of solving this crisis, getting the pandemic under control. And I think there's a pretty stark difference between their approaches. Go ahead.
Jen, some Democrats have been pushing the president to suspend the federal gas tax as a way to show concern about inflation right now. Would President Biden support or consider a suspension of the federal gas tax?
I'm not aware of that being under consideration. Go ahead.
Thank you. You just said that one of the reasons to get vaxxed and boosted is not only to protect yourself against serious illness and death, but also to prevent infecting people in your community. Are you saying that people who are vaccinated cannot pass the virus on to people in their community?
I wasn't suggesting that, but I think there's no question that people who are unvaccinated will more easily get the virus than people who are vaccinated. We know that from data.
Passing it on, not getting it.
I understand, but again, people who are unvaccinated, who have not received a vaccination in communities, of course they are going to be transmissible out there in communities. They can get the virus and pass it along. That was the point I was making.
And one question about Build Back Better, which is being negotiated in the Senate still, including the SALT deduction.
Yeah.
The president has said he wouldn't sign any tax hikes on people making less than $400,000 a year. Is he also committed to ruling out any tax cuts for people making more than $400,000 a year?
His bar continues to be he's not raising taxes on anyone making less than $400,000 a year. There are ongoing negotiations, as you know, about the SALT deduction, not something the president proposed, but something leaders have conveyed at different times. There's obviously support for, and we obviously want to get this legislation moving forward. We expect the final legislation will address some of the most unfair results of the 2017 tax law SALT provision, particularly its impact on middle-class taxpayers and the uncertainty it caused. And the president expects it to be fully paid for. But again, his bar has not changed. We, of course, want to cut taxes for people, middle-class families across the...
$400,000?
Again, this is not a proposal that the president proposed himself, but it is something, as you know, that there is support for different versions of it in Congress. It's currently being negotiated. Our objective is not raising taxes on anyone making less than $400,000 a year and cutting costs.
But can you explain why a tax cut for someone making more than $400,000 is still somehow commensurate with his values of protecting middle-class people? It just doesn't make any sense. Why would he be
How does it
okay
not make sense?
with a tax cut for someone making more than $400,000?
Is that raising taxes on somebody making less than $400,000?
So that's all you're promised, just no tax hikes for somebody under $400,000, tax cuts for people over that, that's possible.
I think the totality of the bill, which is the most important piece here, is cutting costs for the American people. For childcare, for elder care, for health care, putting in place a historic universal pre-K program. That's exactly why the president proposed and is supporting this bill. He also knows we have small margins in Congress, so there are some components. He didn't propose the SALT deduction. It's being discussed right now and negotiated. We'll see what the final outcome and package looks like.
Jen, the pool's being asked to gather for the president, so I
Okay.
don't know if you can stick around for a little bit longer.
Sure, I can, and the pool will just depart. Nothing's wrong, everything's good. Okay, Michael, go ahead.
As they conclude.
In terms of, on Monday, you gave an update in terms of members of a COVID response team being in touch with state and local public health officials, epidemiologists. Do you have an update on those communications? And also, does the president plan to speak with anyone in California now that this case has been identified?
Well, we have been in constant contact with local and public health officials from our health and medical team. So that was not a one-time deal. It's been continuous, and that's how we are going to continue to track and trace any cases that come up and make sure that that information is provided publicly to all of you. And that typically happens with public health, our medical experts and health officials. I'm not. I don't have any calls with the president to public health officials to predict for you. Go ahead in the middle.
Yes, Jen.
Go ahead in the pink sweater.
President Biden indicated on Monday that expanding testing would also be part of the winter plan for COVID. Can you go into any more detail as to what that will look like?
He'll certainly have more to say about this tomorrow. I would note that one of the questions a couple of people asked the other day, and I didn't understand in the right way, so let me just use this moment to clarify, is about sequencing as a part of testing. So, and I just wanted to note that we expect any emergence of Omicron in the United States to be identified quickly, as we are sequencing now almost 80,000 samples per week, more than any other country. And just to give you a point of reference, that's up from approximately 8,000 at the beginning of this year. So we're going to continue to increase testing. That's something we obviously recognize as a key component of fighting the virus, but I don't have anything more to preview at this point in time.
Just one more.
Yeah.
Does the president believe that we lifted travel restrictions too early on Europe and other countries earlier this year? Does he wish that we had held off in terms of lifting those?
I don't think the president looks in the rearview mirror in that regard. We obviously continue to rely on the advice of our health and medical experts. And I would note that where we've put in place restrictions are not those countries. So I'm not sure that totally makes sense. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Is the White House discussing the possibility of asking Congress for additional COVID relief funds to deal with the Omicron variant? And is that something the White House right now thinks might be necessary?
Not at this moment do we think so, but we have ongoing conversations with Congress just to make sure we keep the door open to whatever may be needed. And I would just say, Karen, as you know, that as we look and we're trying to we're seeking more information from our health and medical experts as they're doing this testing, and we're assessing what options may be needed. Do we need a tweak to the vaccines or to the boosters? We don't know we need that now, but we are preparing for a range of options, and that includes conversations about Congress. Should we keep the door open? And we are as prepared as possible to respond.
There's no dollar amounts now that you're even tossing out there until you get more information.
Not at this point that I'm aware of, exactly. Okay, we got to wrap up. Go ahead, one more.
Thank you, Jen. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you very much.
I want to ask about Bangladesh.
Okay.
As the country is running by authoritarian regime more than a decade, and main opposition and first woman prime minister of Bangladesh now is in a life and death situation. She was in jail, according to State Department report. It's a political ploy to remove her from the political process. So what is your comment to the Bangladesh authority, or what is your observation on this situation that as the former prime minister and main opposition leader is in life and death situation? She's not getting proper treatment, and government is not allowing her to go abroad as the civil society group, political party, and her family urge for to go back to shift her abroad for the better treatment. So may I ask a comment on that?
Absolutely. I appreciate your question. I haven't had a chance to talk to our national security team about this issue, so let me do that. And I'd also point you to the State Department, who would be in close touch with authorities there and may have a more detailed comment. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to leave for World AIDS Day events.
One member of Congress says another one is
Okay. Today we have a very special guest, Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas. Secretary Mayorkas is the first Latino and immigrant confirmed to serve as Secretary of Homeland Security. He has led a distinguished 30-year career as a law enforcement official and a nationally recognized lawyer in the private sector. He served as the Deputy Secretary of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security from 2013 to 2016 and as the Director of U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services from 2009 to 2013. During his tenure at DHS, he led the development and implementation of DACA, negotiated cybersecurity and homeland security agreements with foreign governments, led the department's response to Ebola and Zika, helped build and administer the Blue Campaign to combat human trafficking, and developed an emergency relief program for orphaned youth following the tragic 2010 earthquake in Haiti. He's been kind enough to offer to take some of your questions. As always, I will be the bad cop. With that, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, Jen, and good morning, everyone. I'd like to spend a few minutes to provide you with an overview of what we have done and are continuing to do and what we are dedicated to achieving. We are dedicated to achieving, and quite frankly are working around the clock, to replace the cruelty of the past administration with an orderly, humane, and safe immigration process. It is hard and it will take time, but rest assured we are going to get it done. Let me explain to you why it is hard and why it is going to take time. I think it is important to understand what we have inherited because it defines the situation as it currently stands. Entire systems are not rebuilt in a day or in a few weeks. To put it succinctly, the prior administration dismantled our nation's immigration system in its entirety. When I started 27 days ago, I learned that we did not have the facilities available or equipped to administer the humanitarian laws that our Congress passed years ago. We did not have the personnel, policies, procedures, or training to administer those laws. Quite frankly, the entire system was gutted. In addition, they tore down the Central American Minors Program that allowed children to access laws of protection without having to take the perilous journey north. They cut off funding to the Northern Triangle countries of Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras. No planning had been done to protect the frontline personnel of the U.S. Customs and Border Protection and other frontline personnel that address the needs of individuals coming to our border. Contracts had been entered that were unlawful or against the interests of the United States Department of Justice, and that's just the tip of it. And I must tell you that it pains me profoundly to say this today on March 1st, the 18th anniversary of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. It takes time to rebuild an entire system and to process individuals at the border in a safe and just way. That is especially true when we're in the midst of the pandemic and are obligated, of course, to adhere to the restrictions and procedures that have been promulgated by the CDC to ensure public safety, including the safety of the individuals who arrive at our border. It takes time to build out of the depths of cruelty that the administration before us established. What we are seeing now at the border is the immediate result of the dismantlement of the system and the time that it takes to rebuild it virtually from scratch. We have, though, already begun to design and, in fact, have begun to implement a new, innovative way to address the needs of the population that was forced to remain in Mexico during the prior administration. That rebuilding, that innovative solution is but one part of a multi-part strategy to execute on the president's vision. For example, we've also begun to rebuild the process for young people to be able to access avenues of protection without having to take the perilous journey. We have begun to develop and rebuild the program to reunify individuals with their families here in the United States, as was once the case. The president set forth his bold vision in his executive orders at the outset of his administration, and we are driven to implement them successfully. Let me, if I can, take a couple minutes to explain that innovative system to which I referred with respect to how we are addressing the individuals who were forced into the Remain in Mexico program under the prior administration. Working very closely with the Mexican government and international organizations in Mexico, we have developed a virtual platform that enables individuals with active cases in the Remain in Mexico program to actually register for relief using their phones. The international organizations then work with those individuals to test them, process their cases, and transport them safely and according to a defined schedule to the port of entry, where we are awaiting them and can process them through the port of entry successfully. We started with one port and 25 individuals a day. We are now at 3 ports, and we have enhanced our processes at one of those 3 ports to reach 100 individuals a day in processing to address the acute need in the camp at Matamoros, which we have all heard so much about. This is all, by the way, at a time when we are also addressing the needs of our frontline personnel. Soon after I took office on February 2nd, we launched Operation VOW, Vaccinate Our Workforce, where we have really surged resources and capabilities according to the paradigm that has been established by the COVID-19 task force to address the needs of frontline personnel throughout the federal government. In February alone, we started at 2% of that frontline personnel workforce vaccinated. At the end of February, we were able to reach 20% of the frontline personnel. I have to take this opportunity at the same time to reiterate a message that we have communicated repeatedly throughout, which is a message to those individuals who are thinking of coming to our border. They need to wait. It takes time to rebuild the system from scratch. If they come, if families come, if single adults come to the border, we are obligated to, in the service of public health, including the health of the very people who are thinking of coming, to impose the travel restrictions under the CDC's Title 42 authorities and return them to Mexico. And we have done that. We need individuals to wait, and I will say that they will wait with a goal in mind, and that is our ability to rebuild as quickly as possible a system so that they don't have to take the dangerous journey, and we can enable them to access humanitarian relief from their countries of origin. The fact of the matter is that families and single adults are indeed being returned under the COVID-19 restrictions. Let me then turn to the issue and the challenge of unaccompanied children, because I know that much has been reported about the handling of unaccompanied children. And let me just explain the process, if I may. When an unaccompanied child reaches the border and comes in between the ports of entry, U.S. Customs and Border Protection personnel, specifically the United States Border Patrol, brings that child to a Border Patrol station for processing. The Border Patrol is only a pass-through. We are obligated to turn that child over to the Department of Health and Human Services within 72 hours. We are a pass-through. And then Health and Human Services, or HHS, of course, as is commonly referred to, addresses the needs of that child as HHS is identifying and vetting sponsors in whose trust the child can be placed while the child is in immigration proceedings. And so we have the child for a maximum of 72 hours, and of course, given the pandemic and its restrictions, given the extreme weather conditions in Texas, a critical part, that 72-hour time frame was certainly under stress, as we all know, and as we can all understand. And then children are in HHS custody for an average of about 31 or 32 days. Finally, let me turn to, I think, the most powerful and heartbreaking example of the cruelty that preceded this administration, and that is the intentional separation of children from their parents. I am the chairman. I have the privilege of serving at the President's designation as the chairman of the Family Reunification Task Force. The First Lady has driven us to action through her personal commitment to this moral imperative, and that moral imperative is to reunite the families and restore them to the fullest capacity that we as a United States government can do. And I should say that we are not doing it alone. We are working closely with counsel for the separated family members. We are doing it along with the countries of El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras. I spoke with the foreign minister of each of those countries this past Friday. We are doing it with non-governmental organizations, and we intend to and will shortly harness the capabilities, resources, and desire of the private sector. This is not only an all of government, but all of society effort to do what is right. We are hoping to reunite the families either here or in the country of origin. We hope to be in a position to give them the election. And if, in fact, they seek to reunite here in the United States, we will explore lawful pathways for them to remain in the United States and to address the family needs. So we are acting as restoratively as possible. I am very proud and excited to announce that we have hired Michelle Branet as the Executive Director of the Family Reunification Task Force. She began late last week. Most recently, she served as the Senior Director of the Migrant Rights and Justice Program of the Women's Refugee Commission. She has dedicated her entire career to human rights, and she is an extraordinary talent that will bring justice and results to this effort, along with the resources of the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Justice, the Department of Health and Human Services, and every other member of the federal government that has resources to bring to bear. It is because of the men and women of the Department of Homeland Security and across the federal enterprise that we will dig out of the cruelty of the past administration, and we will rebuild our nation's asylum system and all of our humanitarian programs, of which we have been historically so proud as a leader in the world. And with that, Jen, I'm pleased to take questions.
Steve, can I take it up?
Thank you, Secretary. You mentioned that it will take some time to rebuild the department. How long? I mean, obviously, you're asking the American people to be patient, these migrants to be patient. How long will it take to rebuild these systems and processes and staffing that you say you inherited that were not there when you inherited the agency? And then also on the Family Reunification Task Force, how big is this population of separated families right now, of separated children, and how many have you already been able to reunify, and what's the timeline for getting them all reunified?
In but a few weeks, we already have designed an innovative program to bring people in through the ports of entry, those that most acutely in need by reason of the fact that they have been remaining in Mexico for so long. And we have already begun to implement it. We are progressing every single day. I don't have a particular timeline, but all I can do is communicate both to the American public and to the individuals seeking protection that we are working around the clock 7 days a week to make that time frame as short as possible, but they need to wait. But they need to wait with a particular goal in mind. We are not saying don't come. We are saying don't come now, because we will be able to deliver a safe and orderly process to them as quickly as possible. There have been, I understand, approximately 105 families reunited in the recent past. That is through the extraordinary efforts of council and others in the community. We are joining with council, with members of the community to work on this, and Michelle will be full-time, and we are dedicating resources full-time across the government and the Department of Homeland Security specifically to this effort. The urgency of it cannot be overstated.
Secretary A question about how unaccompanied migrant children are handled. The process that you articulated is the same as it was under former President Trump. It's the same as it was under former President Biden. The difference, as I understand it, with the Trump administration was that they held children for a longer period of time. How can that process be sped up? There are immigration advocates who say most kids who come here unaccompanied have the name or a phone number of a relative here in the U.S. and that they should be matched with them promptly.
So let me, if I may, correct one of the premises of your question. You said that we're handling them in the same way that the Trump administration did, and that is absolutely inaccurate.
The process that you articulated is
well,
roughly the same.
actually, the Trump administration expelled children to Mexico, and we are not expelling young children. We are not apprehending a 9-year-old child who's come alone, who's traversed Mexico, whose parents, whose loving parents had sent that child alone. We're not expelling that 9-year-old child to Mexico when that child's country of origin was Guatemala, Honduras, or El Salvador. We are actually bringing that child into a Border Patrol station as a stepping point to get that child in the hands of HHS that has the capacity and the unique talents to care for the child, healthcare workers, mental health counseling and the like, and moving that child to a sponsor as quickly as possible. So we have taken a look at the process that is in place, and we are re-engineering it to see, for example, whether we could have HHS personnel co-located in a Border Patrol station, start to identify the needs of the child, to see if that child does indeed have a relative in the United States, identify the sponsor more quickly, and unite that child with the sponsor more quickly. So a re-engineering we are taking a look at, where efficiencies can be achieved in the best interest of the child. It is the best interest of the child that really define our actions.
On the family reunifications, if I may, just quickly, looking at the principles that you laid out to guide the work of the Family Reunification Task Force, I didn't see in there accountability, making sure that it never happens again, but also holding the Trump administration's responsible for that policy, holding them accountable. The Justice Department Inspector General put out basically a roadmap that says that Jeff Sessions and DOJ leadership at the time was responsible for that, enforcing that zero tolerance policy.
So it's very important. First of all, those principles are our guide. We are going to be discussing what can we do under the law, because remember, we must address the needs of each family member in an individualized way, each family unit in an individualized way in accordance with the law. So these are our goals. Our overarching goal is, of course, to be as humane as the law provides, to be as restorative as the law enables us to be, to bring justice to these families. One of the tasks of the Reunification Task Force will be, of course, in addition to reuniting those families, which of course is the most acute urgency, to also take a look at the system and ensure, to your very important question, to ensure that it does not happen again. As the President has so powerfully said, this is not who we are.
Mr. Secretary, in South Texas, several city officials are requesting COVID tests from the state of Texas for migrants. What plan is DHS putting in place to do COVID testing for migrants?
So if I can level set on that, the extraordinary weather that Texas suffered and to which the President responded with such urgency created an unexpected stress on our system. As a matter of process, individuals, family units are brought into ICE custody. They are tested. ICE has the capability to test them, to isolate and quarantine them as the results so dictate, and then to address their needs as the immigration process provides.
So it is happening right now?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And if I could also ask, you said please don't come. You sent the message, now is not the time. What specifically and how is this administration conveying that message to these desperate families and people who respectfully probably will not heed your warning to please don't come now? What are you doing to convey the message to them?
So multi-part answer, if I may. Number one, of course, with respect to our resources, we are flooding the space with that critical message. I cannot overstate its criticality for the well-being of those very individuals who are thinking of coming, not to mention the well-being and stability of the border as we seek to rebuild it from its dismantled state. We are not communicating alone. We are communicating in partnership with non-governmental organizations, community-based organizations that do have the ear of these very communities, and we are doing it in tandem with the governments of Mexico, El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras. It is.
Working, sir?
It's very difficult to know those whom we have successfully deterred, but our understanding is that it does work to a degree, certainly with certain aspects of the population, and it is a message that we need to continue to communicate. It is our obligation as a nation to do so.
Kristen?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Do you believe that right now there's a crisis at the border?
I think that the answer is no. I think there is a challenge at the border that we are managing, and we have our resources dedicated to managing it.
And so a lot of the things that you are talking about, you admit, take some time to implement, but right now you've got about 200 migrant children crossing the border every single day. CBP projected a peak of 13,000 unaccompanied children in the month of May, according to a report in Axios. What is being done between now and then when you're able to implement all the things that you're talking about that you say will take time?
Let me answer that question with tremendous pride. The men and women of the Department of Homeland Security are working around the clock 7 days a week to ensure that we do not have a crisis at the border, that we manage the challenge as acute as the challenge is, and they are not doing it alone. This is a challenge that the border communities, the non-governmental organizations, the people who care for individuals seeking humanitarian relief all understand it is an imperative. Everyone understands what occurred before us, what we need to do now, and we are getting it done.
Respectfully, sir, though, one of your predecessors, Jay Johnson, he said that 1,000 illegal border crossings a day constitutes a crisis, that it overwhelms the system. We're at between 3,000 and 4,000 now, according to CBP officials. So how is this not a crisis?
I have explained that quite clearly. We are challenged at the border. The men and women of the Department of Homeland Security are meeting that challenge. It is a stressful challenge, and that is why, quite frankly, we are working as hard as we are, not only in addressing the urgency of the challenge, but also in building the capacity to manage it and to meet our humanitarian aspirations and execution of the President's vision.
Go ahead, Ashley.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Does the administration support using budget reconciliation to legalize millions of undocumented immigrants this year, as Senator Warren and 100 other Democratic lawmakers have called for?
The President on day one sent a bill to Congress. The President recently spoke of that bill. That bill addresses what there is unanimity about, which is we are operating under a broken immigration system, and we need to fix it.
Specifically, would you consider using the budget reconciliation process?
It is not for me to decide the legislative strategy that the administration employs. The administration is committed to passing immigration legislation, and the administration is pursuing a path that everyone understands is direly needed.
Steve, we'll go with two more. Go ahead,
You
Steve.
said that the previous administration had entered into some contracts that were unlawful. Could you give some examples of that? What do you mean?
Let me give you an example that already has been in the public domain, quite frankly, and that is the agreement on January 19th, one day before the new administration was to commence, an agreement with the union of Immigration and Customs Enforcement that the union must approve any policy changes in the immigration arena. I've been in government for almost 20 years now. I've never seen a contract like that, and I certainly haven't seen a contract like that on the last day of an administration.
Karen?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I'm with ABC News, and we reached out to HHS and Border Patrol after the suggestion from Jen last week to try and gain access to the tent facilities in Texas. We've been
I'm
told...
sorry, I didn't quite hear, but let me, if I can,
Yes.
say one thing back to that question, if I may. Because there can be honest disagreements about policy, but there has to be an overriding credo, and that is loyalty to our institutions and what they stand for, and the fundamental rule of law. And I find an agreement like that in dereliction of that duty. Yes.
I'll project this time. Sorry about that.
Sorry, I apologize.
I'm with ABC. We reached out to HHS and the Border Patrol about gaining access to the tent facilities in Texas. We were told we can't because of COVID restrictions. If there is a safe way to do this, to get reporters down there, to show the American people the conditions there where these unaccompanied children are being held, would you allow that?
I'm happy to take a look at that. I owe it to my people to understand the situation and the reasons why access was denied. I will share with you another principle to which I intend to adhere throughout my tenure, and that's openness and transparency. And that includes the Fourth Estate. I actually grew up as a journalism student, but apparently I wasn't a good enough writer to make it the whole way. Let me share with you what I communicate to the workforce, and we'll leave it at that. Because it's in the service of openness and transparency. Don't shrink from criticism, just work very hard not to deserve it. Thank you very much.
All right.
Oh, I'm happy to take another
one more. One more.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Hi. What is the status of the review of the Trump-era visa bans for H-1B visas? And has the White House decided to lift those bans before they expire at the end of the month?
You know, I don't really, I hate to end the questioning on a question, the answer to which I am not certain. But look, this goes to what preceded us. We have so much work to do to repair and to restore and to rebuild that we have a prioritization matrix. And of course, the acute needs of individuals fleeing persecution is a high priority, which brings me to this meeting this morning.
Thank you, everyone. Secretary, we'd love to have you back again. There's clearly lots of questions.
Thank you so much,
Thank you for
Jen.
joining us.
Thank you.
Okay, just have a few more things. I think only one more thing at the top. Obviously, the president's focus this week and the coming weeks until it's passed is on the American Rescue Plan. And I wanted to just take the opportunity to reiterate that in 2 weeks, on March 14th, around 11 million Americans will start losing their unemployment benefits if Congress doesn't act on the president's rescue plan. There are 11 million Americans who are unemployed through no fault of their own, but who will struggle to put food on the table, struggle to make ends meet, and struggle to live with the dignity they deserve. I'd also note that nearly 1 million households on unemployment insurance report that their children aren't eating enough. More than 1.5 million more are behind on their rent or mortgage. For almost a full year now, new unemployment claims have exceeded the pre-pandemic all-time high, and the economic data shows a K-shaped recovery with millions of workers at risk of being left behind. That's why it's absolutely critical Congress act, and we certainly hope they do that as quickly as possible. One last note, today, as many of you know, all of you know, the President will meet with President Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador, the President of Mexico. Building on their January 22nd conversation, the meeting will reaffirm the enduring partnership between both countries based on mutual respect and the extraordinary bond of family and friendship. The President will be joined for the meeting by Secretary of State Tony Blinken, Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas, spending a lot of time here today clearly, and other White House officials to discuss a new phase of the U.S.-Mexico bilateral relationship with their counterparts. The discussion we expect will focus on migration, recovery from COVID-19, climate change, and security. With that, Zeke, kick it off.
Thank you, Jen. What's the White House's response to Iran's refusal to sit down for negotiations on its nuclear program? And is there a sense of urgency on the part of the White House to get Iran to the table given the development and progression of its program?
Well, first let me say we're disappointed in Iran's response. We remain ready to re-engage in meaningful diplomacy to achieve a mutual return to compliance with JCPOA commitments. And we will be consulting at every level with our P5+1 partners on the best way forward. We do view this, though, as a part of a diplomatic process to determine the way forward, and that's what we'll be engaging through the prism of.
Another on foreign policy, the president has not taken any direct action against the Saudi Crown Prince in response to his involvement in the murder of journalist Jamal Khashoggi. Why not? And what message is the president sending to autocrats around the world that they could kill journalists or their own citizens with impunity and not suffer personal sanctions?
Well, let me first say that this was a horrific crime. The president has been consistent in reiterating that and his belief of that. The report that was released on Friday through ODNI did not contain new information. It was important to the president that it was released and it abided by our legal obligations, and it wasn't something that was done by the prior administration. We also took a series of strong steps to impose on individuals directly involved in the operation that led to the murder of Jamal Khashoggi, including adding senior Saudi intelligence official Ahmed al-Asiri to the list of those facing global Magnitsky designation. I don't know why that's a mouthful. We also sanctioned under the global Magnitsky rule the entire Rapid Intervention Force, a unit of the Saudi Royal Guard that has engaged in counter-dissident operations, including the operation that resulted in the killing of Jamal Khashoggi. This is a crucial step because it structurally addresses an unacceptable pattern of targeting, monitoring, harassment, and threats to dissidents and journalists. And we believe, our national security team believes, that going after the network responsible for these actions is the best way to prevent a crime like this from ever happening again. That is our objective.
But going after the network responsible but not the man responsible for it, why not?
I would say we took a number of steps that our team determined were the right steps to prevent this from ever happening again. That is our objective. We also, from day one, even prior to the release of this report, have recalibrated the relationship, have made clear that is going to be a shift from how it was approached over the last 4 years. That means counterpart to counterpart conversations. That means not holding back and voicing concern and pushing for action as it relates to dissidents or journalists or others being held. And it means making clear that we are not going to support the ongoing war in Yemen. We want to find a conclusion of that war. So our objective is to recalibrate the relationship, prevent this from ever happening again, and find ways, as there are still, to work together with Saudi leadership while still making clear where we feel action is unacceptable.
And sorry, one more domestic one. You spoke yesterday about the sexual harassment allegations against Governor Cuomo in New York. Has anyone from the White House reached out directly to anyone, to him or anyone on his staff? And then is the president concerned that this could serve as a distraction from Governor Cuomo's handling of the pandemic, and should he potentially step aside while this investigation is underway so that there are no distractions handling the pandemic?
Well, as I stated yesterday, the president's view has been consistent and clear that every woman coming forward should be treated with dignity and respect. That applies to Charlotte, that applies to Lindsay, and any woman coming forward. And since yesterday, of course, overnight, the Attorney General, it has been made clear that the New York Attorney General, will oversee an independent investigation with subpoena power, and the governor's office said he will fully cooperate. We certainly support that process, and we'll wait to see that through. Go ahead.
Just to follow up, you reserve the right to sanction the Crown Prince in the future if deemed necessary, right?
Of course, we reserve the right to take any action at a time and manner of our choosing. I will note, Steve, that historically, the United States, through Democratic and Republican presidents, has not typically sanctioned government leaders of countries where we have diplomatic relations.
Okay. And a separate question, we saw the statement last night about Alabama and Amazon. Mm-hmm. Is the president endorsing Amazon workers forming a union there?
Well, the president broadly, and I think it was a video, just so people know the context of what you're referring to, the president believes that workers should have the right to organize. That is a fundamental value he has, and one that he has been consistent on for decades. We don't comment on specific cases where it is before the NLRB or could be before the NLRB, so we aren't going to weigh in specifically on Amazon, but we broadly, he believes that workers should have the right to organize, and hence he conveyed that in the video.
Lastly, on Burma, Myanmar, have you been forceful enough in your sanctions on Myanmar, because we keep seeing these bloody crackdowns, and are you coordinating with allies to look at more action?
We are absolutely. We put out a statement yesterday from National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan. So let me just reiterate a couple of the pieces from that. That we remain alarmed by the Burmese security forces' violence against peaceful protesters. The killings represent an escalation of the ongoing crackdown on pro-democracy protesters since the February 1st coup. We are preparing the additional actions to impose further costs on those responsible for this latest outbreak of violence and the recent coup. And we expect to have more to share on that in the coming days. Go ahead, Jeff.
And back on Saudi Arabia, during the campaign, obviously, former Vice President Joe Biden was very well aware of the history of the U.S. government in terms of who they sanction and who they haven't. But yet he said, we're going to make them pay the price and make them the pariah that they are. How does this come anywhere close to his pledge to Americans in November of 2019 at that debate?
Well, first, the president has been clear to his team, and he's been clear publicly, that the relationship is not going to look like what it's looked like in the past. And even before the release of the report on Friday, we had taken actions as an administration to make that clear through diplomatic conversations to our partners and allies in the region and through our actions. And that includes a change in how we are communicating with the Saudis, counterpart to counterpart, going back to that appropriate line of communication. It includes not holding back and raising concerns about human rights abuses. We did see last month that Saudi Arabia did release 2 dual national prisoners and women's rights activists. It includes pulling back from our support from the war in Yemen. But it's important to also note that there are areas where we have an important relationship with Saudi Arabia. Intelligence sharing, also helping defend against the threats and the rocket attacks that they are getting, getting from bad actors right at their doorstep. And global diplomacy requires holding countries accountable when needed, but also acting in the national interest of the United States, and that's exactly what the president's trying to do.
And does he feel he's done a good enough job explaining his position, his new position now as president of the American people? And how is he reacting to the criticism he's received over the weekend? And Nick Kristof of the New York Times accused him of choking. There were a variety of pretty tough words against him. How has he responded to that? And does he need to address it more?
Well, I don't think anyone runs for president or is elected if they have a thin skin. And certainly any action you take on an issue like global diplomacy or an issue where there's a complicated relationship, I think he fully expected there might be some criticism. But his objective, his role as president of the United States and as commander-in-chief of the country is to act in the national interests of the United States. And that's exactly what he's doing in this case, that he's acting on the advice of his national security team, and he believes this is the right approach for our long-term interests.
If I could ask a domestic one really quickly. You said there were 14 days, obviously very critical 14 days to getting the COVID relief bill passed. What specifically will he be doing directly with Democratic senators and Republican senators, perhaps? Will he reach out to Susan Collins, for example, or other Republicans to try and get them on board? Obviously, the Republicans were not on board in the House.
Absolutely. I think we're going to be evaluating day by day what the needs are. So as you know, he'll be meeting with, or via Zoom, a number of Democratic senators this afternoon. We've reserved time in his schedule to ensure that he can be engaged, roll up his sleeves, and be personally involved in making phone calls, having more Zoom meetings, potentially having people here to the Oval Office to get this across the finish line. And I expect him to be very involved personally.
On the parliamentarian decision, you said that he respects that decision, but progressives don't understand this. In some respect, they're like, why not fight for this? So why is the White House not more aggressively challenging that and sending the vice president to try and potentially overrule that with a vote?
Well, the decision for the vice president to vote to overrule or to take a step to overrule is not a simple decision. It would also require 50 votes. As you know, it's not a one-step decision. And the president and the vice president both respect the history of the Senate. They are both formerly served in the Senate, and that's not an action we intend to take. But the president is committed to raising the minimum wage, to working to determine the best vehicle forward to doing that. That's why he put it in the package. He wants it to be raised to $15 an hour, and he will be in touch with leaders from all wings of the party in determining the best path forward for that. Go ahead, Jeff.
A follow-up to Jeff's question, which strikes me. The White House doesn't have 50 votes to confirm Neera Tanden as OMB director, and yet we heard from the White House Chief of Staff say that the White House is they're going to fight our guts out was the phrase he used, to get her confirmed. So why push for that and not push as hard, one could say, for raising the minimum wage? You could make the argument that the American people stand to benefit more from a higher wage than they would from a chosen OMB director.
Well, I think that's mixing a few things kind of irresponsibly, if I'm just being totally honest. I would say on the minimum wage, the president included a raise of the minimum wage in his package because he felt strongly that it's long overdue, that men and women working hard, trying to make ends meet, shouldn't be living at the poverty level. That's why he put it in his package. There is a process that it goes through, a parliamentary process, when it's a reconciliation bill, as you know, but for people who haven't been following all the nitty gritty of this, because it's a budgetary bill. That's why it went through the process. And, again, I would send you to talk to leaders in Congress to see if they have the 50 votes necessary, but regardless, the president, the vice president have made the decision they're not going to move forward with that step, but also it's not a simple process. It requires 2 steps. As it relates to Neera Tanden, she is somebody who has decades of experience. She is qualified. She is prepared to lead the budget team. And we're continue, of course, to fight for the confirmation of every nominee that the president puts forward. We'll see if we have 50 votes. That's part of the journey. That's part of democracy in action. Oh, go ahead.
On voting rights, the Supreme Court is set to hear a major voting rights case this week. You have, by some estimates, some 43 states, Republican-led states, that are set to, or at least envision a change to election laws and want to make it harder, put in place more restrictions on voting. The House is set to vote on the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. That is running headlong into a Senate filibuster. Does the president support nixing the filibuster as a means of passing voting rights? And if not, how is he going to leverage his political capital to make sure that this democratic priority becomes law?
Well, first, the president's committed to protecting the fundamental right to vote and making it easier for all eligible Americans to vote. His campaign was about fighting for democracy, and we're going to continue to fight for democracy in the White House. And that's why we need to pass reforms like H.R. 1, the For the People Act, and restore the Voting Rights Act. And he's happy to see the House take up H.R. 1 this week. We're not going to get ahead of the process. The president's view on the filibuster is well known. He has not changed that point of view, but certainly any step to protect voting rights, to ensure that it's easier and not harder for people to vote in the country, we feel is a positive step.
We'll circle back on that.
Okay. Ashley, go ahead.
Thank you. I want to follow up on Governor Cuomo, and then I have a question about schools.
Sure.
So on Governor Cuomo, you said President Biden supports an independent review of the sexual harassment allegations against him. But one of those aides, 25-year-old Charlotte Bennett, detailed specific language and questions that she said the governor asked her about her personal life that made her feel uncomfortable. And the governor himself has not denied asking these personal questions. So my question for you is, in general, when it comes to sexual misconduct, where is the red line for this president and the administration? Is it only at unwanted physical overtures, or is it at unwelcome language between a boss and a subordinate with a power differential?
Well, Ashley, as I said yesterday, that story was incredibly uncomfortable to read as a woman, and we certainly believe that every woman coming forward, Charlotte, Lindsay, should be treated with respect and dignity and be able to tell their story and treated with respect. There is a process of reviewing, as you noted, an independent investigation. We will leave it to that process through the Attorney General to make a determination on the path forward.
In general, not about this specific case, but can you just explain, I mean, your White House accepted the resignation of someone who used simply language that was inappropriate and abusive. Is there a red line when it comes just to language, or is President Biden's red line, does it have to be something?
I'm not sure, a red line for whom? I'm not sure what you mean. In what, with what outcome?
For if the review shows that Governor Cuomo asked her questions, that it's not, as has also been alleged in other instances, a forcible kiss or an unwelcome physical overture, but just mere questions about someone's personal life, or sex life, or romantic life, or anything that makes someone feel uncomfortable, especially in a subordinate relationship with someone in power. Is that something where someone should have to resign, or should there be other consequences? That's what I mean by the red line.
Look, the language, the president has a bar for what is expected in his administration, which you referenced, treating people with civility, treating people with respect, and that's what bar he holds in his administration. In terms of the path forward and the outcome of the investigation, we will leave it to the Attorney General and others to conclude that.
And then on schools, first I want to make sure I understand President Biden's 100-day pledge to reopen schools. is that getting 51% of K through 8 schools open 5 days a week? Am I correct on that?
The majority of schools open 5 days a week. That is certainly our objective, and we'd like to meet that within 100 days. And we hope our Secretary of Education is confirmed soon, who will be overseeing that process moving forward.
By 5 days a week, is that every single kid who wants to be in school, that individual kid is going 5 days a week, or is that the building open 5 days a week, but kids perhaps doing a hybrid model, half the class on Mondays and Wednesdays, the other half on?
We'd like kids to be able to be in school 5 days a week.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Kristen.
Thank you, Jen. So when the president of Mexico meets with President Biden a little bit later today, he is expected to ask if President Biden would consider sharing part of the U.S. coronavirus vaccine supply with his country. Is this something that President Biden is considering?
No. The president has made clear that he is focused on ensuring that vaccines are accessible to every American. That is our focus. The next step is economic recovery, and that is and ensuring that our neighbors, Mexico and Canada, have similarly managed the pandemic so that we can open our borders and build back better. But our focus is on his focus, the administration's focus is on ensuring that every American is vaccinated. And once we accomplish that objective, we're happy to discuss further steps beyond that.
One other thing that the president of Mexico is expected to propose is an idea to bring an immigrant labor program to the U.S. that could bring 600 to 800,000 immigrants a year to work legally in the United States. Is that something President Biden would consider?
I've seen reports of that. I believe that's a step that would require Congress. I'm sure we'll have a readout after the bilateral meeting this afternoon, and they both will be speaking after it as well.
Okay, one more question about the strike in Syria. The Democratic Senator Mark Warner, he said over the weekend that he really wished that the Biden administration had given Congress more of a heads up. He said, "I wish the Biden team would have given Congress greater knowledge and greater warning." So given the criticism that you and other administration officials had leveled at the Trump administration when they struck Syria back in 2017, why not go more out of the way to loop in Congress?
Well, there were notifications made to the appropriate committee chairs, and there has also been an offer of classified briefings to anyone who would like a classified briefing, and we concluded a range of notifications on Friday. In terms of the strike in 2017, that was a strike of that was an attack on Syrian military installations in response to a chemical weapons attack. This was in response to a threat and attacks that threatened the lives of American men and women serving overseas. They're both different in policy and legal justification.
And one more question from former President Trump over the weekend speaking at CPAC.
I heard that.
He
I
had
heard
a
you spoke.
quote. He said, President Joe Biden sold out America's children to the teachers union. How does the White House respond to that?
I think we're going to spend more of our time focused on communicating about our agenda for the American people than responding to criticism from the former president. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. To go back to Saudi and the Crown Prince and the quote that Jeff brought up from then candidate Joe Biden in 2019, you mentioned holding countries accountable. You mentioned today acting in the national interest. But he said in 2019, we're going to make them pay the price, Saudi leaders. How is the administration making the Crown Prince pay a price? And are you saying that the national interest and holding them accountable can't square with paying a price?
No, I'm certainly not saying that. I was outlining a number of the steps that were announced on Friday that were taken, that specifically addressed, sanctioned the deputy head of intelligence, that specifically sanctioned under the Magnitsky Act the entire Rapid Intervention Force, which is a force that is close to the Crown Prince. And I was referring to specifically our goal of recalibrating the entire relationship, which is something that we started to do from day one of the administration. We did not wait for the release of the report. But I was also noting that this is a country where we have diplomatic relations. We are going to hold them accountable. We are going to take steps. We are not going to hold back on making clear where actions are unacceptable, where there needs to be a change and reforms put in place, while also recognizing that there are areas we need to continue to work together on because they're in the interest of the United States and our own security.
And you mentioned the historically not sanctioning leaders of foreign governments that we have diplomatic relations with. You just said it then, you said it yesterday. Is it the policy, though, of the Biden administration to not sanction a foreign leader if there are diplomatic relations? More than just precedent, but actual policy?
It's considerations. Considerations are done on a case-by-case basis, but I think that's some important precedent because obviously taking that step is something that there is not a great deal of historic precedent for, and that was why I noted it.
The intelligence community's conclusion that the Crown Prince approved the murder operation, murder of Jamal Khashoggi, if that's not something that would change the precedent, what would?
Again, we took a number of steps that were considered and determined by our national security team to have the intended impact of preventing this from ever happening again. And not just in Saudi Arabia, but around the world, including the implementation of the Khashoggi rule, allowing the State Department to restrict or revoke visas to any individual believed to be targeting perceived dissidents or journalists, including the sanctions that I've just outlined against the Saudi Rapid Intervention Force, against the deputy head of General Intelligence for his role in the operation. We have also conveyed very clearly and candidly through diplomatic channels that this absolutely can never happen again, that our relationship will be different from what it has been in the past, and that we are going to be, of course, hold the option of holding Saudi Arabia to their commitment to put reforms in place and make progress moving forward. Go ahead in the back.
Thank you. I've got a couple questions, just like my front row colleagues here.
Sure.
Given that the White House promised to release visitor logs, why hasn't the administration divulged who the president is meeting with virtually? I mean, we're in the middle of a pandemic. Isn't that kind of transparency really important? And also, wouldn't that be really easy to do?
He's meeting with members of the Senate virtually today. There, I've released it for you. What else would you like to know?
Names?
Oh, I think we did release the names. If we haven't, we certainly have every intention of doing that this afternoon.
Very good. We've been talking a lot about Congress and sort of the log jam that has been. I'm wondering, is the president looking at the proposal that was released by House Appropriations Chair Rosa DeLauro when it comes to bringing earmarks back? Is that something that, I know that he's a legislator himself, but is that something that he's interested in? Maybe that could hurry along some of the agenda, or does he not have an opinion on earmarks?
I have not discussed that with our legislative team. Obviously, as you noted, he was in the Senate for 36 years. Our focus right now is on the American Rescue Plan. You're familiar with all the components of that bill because we talk about it constantly from here. But I don't have any new position or a position on that particular piece of legislation. I will check and see if there's anything more we would like to convey. Go ahead. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Senator Warren proposed a wealth tax on households that are worth at least $50 million, saying, quote, "This is money that should be invested in childcare and early education, infrastructure, all of which are priorities of President Biden and Democrats in Congress." Does this president have any appetite for a wealth tax?
Well, the president strongly believes that the ultra-wealthy and corporations need to finally start paying their fair share, and that our economy and tax system need to reward work, not wealth. That's why he proposed making sure the very richest Americans pay the same rate on the income from their wealth that a worker pays, as well as closing loopholes that allow them to entirely escape tax. Obviously, our focus is on the American Rescue Plan. Addressing the inequities in the tax code is something he talked about as part of his Build Back Better agenda, and is something he remains committed to. He has a lot of respect for Senator Warren and is aligned on the goal of ensuring the ultra-wealthy and big corporations finally pay their fair share. He's laid out a lot of ideas, and when we get to that point in our agenda, he'll look forward to working with her and others in Congress. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen, very much. So yesterday, former President Trump suggested he might run again he will be back in 2024. You said the White House is not paying attention to President Trump, former President Trump, but how do you think foreign leaders are looking at this? Because this is one of the reasons foreign allies are still have doubts, and many, if they can trust the U.S. again. So how do you also think President Biden can convince global allies that they can trust the United States and reclaim U.S. leadership?
Well, President Biden just decisively beat Donald Trump a few months ago. That's why we're all here. having so much fun together in here. But his focus, and I think one of the ways that he convinces foreign allies and partners that America is back and we want a seat at the table, is by keeping his focus on his commitments he made on the campaign trail, which is building the economy back better, bringing an end to the pandemic, rebuilding our relationships around the world, and not focusing time and energy and effort on a political campaign. There's plenty of time for that, but his focus is on his objectives of getting the pandemic under control, working with our partners around the world to do that as well.
Taking into consideration that foreign allies are worried about the return of Donald Trump?
I'm not a spokesperson for our foreign partners, so you'd have to ask them and see what they have to say.
I have one more question about
Sure, go ahead.
Brazil. So
Sure.
the WHO said that it is a tragedy happening in Brazil right now because of the pandemic. What is the White House evaluation of the situation in Brazil and how Brazil is responding to this crisis?
Well, first, let me note that on just about a month ago, the United States, through USAID, announced it has delivered an addition of $1.5 million for emergency COVID-19 response in Brazil. We did that, of course, because we want to be a collaborative and cooperative partner in addressing the pandemic. Our focus is on getting the American people vaccinated. That needs to be our focus now. But of course, we believe that the more people in our global community who are vaccinated, the safer we all are. It's just what our current focus is at this point in time.
Is there any conversation with the Brazilian government about the situation there? Do you think also there is a tragedy going on in Brazil right now, happening in Brazil?
Certainly the loss of life, the number of people who've been impacted in Brazil and many places in the world, including the United States, is an incredible tragedy. But in terms of specific conversations, I'd refer you to the State Department. They would have more specifics and more updated conversations to read out for you. Go ahead.
Just one more question about South America. There was some hope in South America that President Biden would be an ally because he has experience leading issues in the region during the Obama administration. But so far, in more than a month, President Biden has not spoken with any leader in South America. So I wonder what would be his priority in the region, and also who might be his best partner in the region. Who would be the first one he would call?
We'll see. I promise you that the president would love to spend even more time calling foreign leaders, and there's just a lot, of course, on his schedule. I expect he will do many more foreign leader calls in the coming weeks, and certainly would have discussions with many leaders in South America, but I don't have any prediction for you about who or when. Go ahead.
During the COVID briefing earlier today, Jeff Zients acknowledged that people were having a lot of frustration getting vaccine appointments and a lot of problems with the state portals. Is there any discussion at this point, given those problems, with setting up some sort of nationwide portal for people to access those vaccine appointments?
Well, there was an announcement we made last week about Vaccine Finder, and it's just available, of course, in about a half a dozen states at this point in time. But what we're working to do is take a number of steps to ensure people have access to more easily figure out when they can get a vaccine and when they're eligible. In part because, as you know, everybody doesn't have access to the internet. Everybody doesn't know how to figure that out online. So certainly that's one tool. It's in a pilot stage at this point in time. Certainly could be expanded, but we're also looking for to add additional steps, call centers, proactive outreach, other ways to reach people who are having trouble figuring out how to gain access to a vaccine and when they'll be eligible.
Okay, just one more question, if you don't mind. Senators Wyden and Sanders dropped their plan today for taxing companies that did not pay a higher minimum wage. I'm wondering, what is the plan C at this point for getting some sort of minimum wage increase through Congress over the next several months?
Well, it is an issue that the president remains committed to. He wants the minimum wage to be raised. That's why he put it in his package, and he is going to be in conversations, and we will be at a number of levels with members of Congress, with their staffs, about the best vehicle moving forward. But we don't have a clear answer on what that looks like at this point. It just remains a commitment and something he will use his political capital to get done. Go ahead, Jeff.
And the White House has, as you've been standing up here, the office has released the senators who will be meeting virtually with the president this afternoon. There are 9 senators.
Okay.
Would you consider opening the top of that up so we can hear from the president directly on this 14-day critical push And if not, why is that meeting not open?
Well, it's a video call. Happy to check with our team and see. He has spoken about his commitment to getting the American Rescue Plan passed and the reasons why nearly on a daily basis. So I don't think you've had a shortage of that. He'll also be speaking after the bilateral meeting with Mexico, but I'll check and see if there's more that can be done. Go ahead.
Yeah, Donald Trump last night said everybody should get their COVID-19 shot. Is that something you would welcome his intervention? And given that Republicans as a group seem rather more reluctant to get the coronavirus vaccination, is there more you could be doing with Republican leaders to bring on that group?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, our objective, of course, is to ensure as many Americans as possible are vaccinated as quickly as possible. And we will have enough vaccines to vaccinate, ensure every American has a vaccine by the end of July, if not sooner, likely sooner. So at a certain point we're going to reach, we will have more vaccines than there are people who want to take them. That doesn't seem like where we're going to be at this point, but we will reach that point in time. And we certainly welcome the encouragement from anyone to take a vaccine.
And if I could, Anne Sakalis is still wanted in the UK on charges of causing death by dangerous driving. Now, the original rationale for her leaving the country with diplomatic immunity was that she was the spouse of somebody who was working at RAF Croughton, which under the terms of the agreement there meant she would have had diplomatic immunity. It since seems to have emerged from her lawyer in court here that she was actually employed by the State Department or the US intelligence services. I wonder if you can clarify whether she was working in the UK for the United States government and whether she does actually, as far as you're concerned, have diplomatic immunity.
I would point you to the State Department. They, of course, engage in any questions about diplomacy, diplomatic immunity, of course, the status of somebody who served during the prior administration. I don't have anything more for you on it from here. Go ahead in the back.
Hi, thanks. Can I ask about the G7 in June?
Sure.
Can you lay out some of what the President wants to focus on there? And also, is it expected to be his first overseas trip?
We're not quite there yet in terms of laying out his exact agenda. Obviously, there are global objectives, getting the pandemic under control, working together to get our economy up and going again, which is something that the United States is obviously grappling with, but many countries around the world are grappling with. I'm certain those will be part of the agenda, but we're not quite at the point of previewing a summit that's happening in a few months. A lot can happen in the world between now and then. In terms of whether or not he will travel, we haven't made a determination on that at this point either. It will be related to COVID restrictions and the advice of our health and medical team, and I expect as we get closer, we'll have more of an update.
So is there a possibility that he won't attend in person?
Again, we'll evaluate as we get closer. There's certainly a possibility, but we are several months away. Go ahead.
I have a couple questions out from myself and then some from our colleagues.
Sure,
who
go
aren't
ahead.
here. With 3 vaccines available, the administration has said it will distribute all 3 proportionally and then tell states to distribute them equitably. My question is, if the Johnson & Johnson vaccine is just the 1 dose, why not prioritize that for communities that are harder to reach and maybe harder to convince to come back and get that 2nd dose?
Well, the determination is made by the FDA on kind of how these vaccines should be distributed and where. I will say that the advice and guidance we've received from our health and medical team is that every American should take whatever vaccine is available when it's their turn. And in terms of distribution of those vaccines, generally speaking, if we're distributing the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, or we will distribute, I should say, just like we distribute Pfizer and Moderna's vaccine, proportional to a state's population and through our federal channels. So if a state makes up 5% of the population, it will get 5% of the Pfizer allocation, 5% of the Moderna allocation, and 5% of the Johnson & Johnson allocation. All 3 vaccines are highly effective. All 3, and this is certainly an incredible a step forward and a new tool that we have now in our quiver to address the crisis. But the guidance we are providing, based on the advice from our health and medical team, is that any American should take whatever vaccine that is available to them.
And how does the administration counteract any messaging that the Johnson & Johnson vaccine is inferior to the other 2 that have greater efficacy?
Well, I think the clear message we're sending is that all of these vaccines are safe, they are effective, they've been approved by the FDA. They will be distributed, all of them will be, around the country through governors and then also directly to pharmacies and other mass vaccination sites. And we will be continuing to convey that any vaccine you have access to, you should take that vaccine. And we are not, we will be certainly also tracking if vaccines are only going to certain communities, and we'll be addressing those issues as they come up.
A couple of other colleagues who aren't here. Now that the COVID bill has passed the House, has the president had any more contact with Speaker Pelosi about scheduling his joint address to Congress?
That's such a popular question. I don't expect that, we don't have any update on it. I don't expect that the president will be laying out the next stage of his agenda until after we get the American Rescue Plan passed, and we're certainly hopeful that we do that in the coming weeks.
Any update on his first press conference?
Not yet, but we will definitely have one. We will schedule it, and you will be the first to know because you're pivotal participants in that.
And last question here. When does President Biden plan to begin submitting nominations for judicial vacancies?
It's a great question. It certainly is something on his mind and a priority for him, given his long history, obviously as former chairman of the Judiciary Committee. I don't have an update for you on the timing, but it's something that he is focused on personally.
Jen, can I just ask?
Go ahead.
In these conversations with foreign leaders, phone calls and our meetings, is President Biden discussing at all the threat of the white supremacy?
Domestic violent extremism? Certainly, it's a
U.S., but
around the world.
Yeah, this is something that you're discussing here in the U.S. and around the world.
Well, there's an ongoing review, as you know, and we're allowing that policy process to see itself through. He does receive regular updates from his Homeland Security team and others on incidents happening around the world. Whether it comes up in meetings, I don't think I have anything more specifically to read out for you, other than to convey that it is a priority for him on the national security front in addressing that. That's why he asked his team to conduct a full review, and why we'll look at that before we put new policies in place.
White supremacy is a threat to the national security and maybe further transnational threat?
He certainly wouldn't have asked the national security team to conduct a full review of domestic violent extremism, including, of course, activities of white supremacists, if he did not think it was a threat. Thank you, everyone. We have another great guest today. Joining us today is our new Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Marcia Fudge, who was confirmed just last week. We wasted no time. As you all know, Secretary Fudge served as U.S. Representative for the 11th Congressional District of Ohio for more than 12 years. She's a former chair of the Congressional Black Caucus and earned a reputation of tackling the unique challenges of her district by working across political ideologies. In 1999, Secretary Fudge was elected in the state. Additionally, she brought new residential development to the city and addressed the city's growing foreclosure crisis through the formation of a long partnership that helped residents maintain the financial security needed to buy or keep a home. As Secretary Fudge has said, her first priority as Secretary of Housing and Urban Development is to alleviate the housing crisis and get people the support they need to come back from the edge. She's happy to take a couple of questions after she gives some remarks. Thank you again for joining us.
Thank you very much, Jen. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Oh, thank you. I was wondering if I was in this room by myself. Jen, thanks for inviting me to speak about the importance of the American Rescue Plan as it relates to the urgent needs, housing needs facing our nation today. What a way to complete my very first week as Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. At HUD, we know firsthand the severe impact of COVID-19 on our nation's housing crisis. HUD staff in every region of the country have worked tirelessly to assist grantees and recipients of HUD assistance in their response to the pandemic. We've helped housing owners, housing authorities, and communities provide additional rental assistance and support new efforts to eradicate homelessness. We've extended the Federal Housing Administration's foreclosure and eviction moratoriums until June 30th to support the immediate and ongoing needs of homeowners. Under the Biden-Harris administration, HUD is making greater efforts to keep Americans safe from COVID-19. We're strengthening partnerships between recipients of HUD assistance and public health agencies and healthcare providers. Many of the people living in federally assisted housing have risk factors that make them particularly vulnerable to COVID. These factors include disability, race and low income, along with racial and ethnic disparities in access to response care and treatment. We're making sure that federal, state, and local efforts to reach those most at risk of COVID are linking those efforts to people living in housing HUD supports. The American Rescue Plan is critical to our success in these efforts. Some of you may know that my last vote as a member of Congress was for the American Rescue Plan. I was proud to vote for this historic legislation to get help to the American people during this moment of great challenge. I thank President Biden for the leadership that has gotten us to this point. The American people can be confident that help is here. The President has described the American Rescue Plan as shots in arms and money in pockets. I would add, it relates to housing. The American Rescue Plan keeps people housed and brings people home. And with that, I would take any questions that Jen is going to allow me to take. So y'all make.
Anytime.
Jen is in charge. I'm just here.
Go ahead.
If I can, Secretary Fudge, thank you for being here. We appreciate your time today. The head of the National Housing Conference said that HUD's ranks have been gutted, morale has never been lower, and the challenges to HUD's constituents have never been higher. Just in simple terms, can you describe the state of your department as you take it over today?
Well, I would say this to you, and I actually had the opportunity to talk to the President about it since I've been here. We are thousands of people short of where we ought to be. Our staff is outstanding. They are under-resourced, understaffed, and overworked. But we are going to make some major changes and very quickly. The rescue plan is allowing us to do things that we may not have been able to do without it. So I'm especially pleased that the President had the foresight and the vision to give us a historic, maybe one-time opportunity to change what is going on in housing in this country.
You put out some new numbers today as they relate to homelessness in this country right now. Obviously, it's a number that the whole country is dissatisfied by. Thinks the number should be much lower. I'll ask this in two different ways. One, can you set a goal where you think that number should be, and in what time frame you think you can meet such a goal to reduce homelessness in this country, and specifically for some of the blue parts of the country that some Republicans have criticized, San Francisco, New York, where the homeless numbers have been high. What specific advice and what you can specifically do to target those communities to alleviate those high numbers?
Well, the first thing I say is that the President gave us a charge early on as to what he wanted us to focus on, especially in the first 100 days. Homelessness was at the top of the list. One was expanding vouchers. Thirdly, he wanted us to find ways to expand and put in the market new affordable housing. So with the $40 billion that we have now, what we expect is this. We have $5 billion set aside to do nothing but address homeless issues. So we know that with those resources, over the next probably 12 to 18 months, we know for a fact that we can get as many as 130,000 people off the streets. We also know that our local partners are going to assist us in finding other rental opportunities. So we believe we can put a major dent in it. But if nothing else, what we will let them know is that there is an opportunity to find a way off the streets. We have more programs in place to assist people who are already in public housing to find a way to buy housing. We know that affordable housing is a problem all across this country. I don't know where my Republican colleagues live that don't think that there is a problem, but there is. So many of us just choose to ignore it.
Mary? Thank you, Madam Secretary, for being here. The federal moratorium on evictions is set to expire at the end of this month. Are there plans to extend that? And if not, what do you say to families who are worried that they may be facing eviction?
Well, what I would say first is that the HUD moratorium expires on June 30th. The CDC is in the process of trying to determine what is the appropriate way forward, and I would hope that you would ask them that question.
And just one more, if I can. The experts tell us that the December tranche of COVID relief is just now starting to come online. People that we've talked to are still seeing some big glitches, when they try to apply. Are you confident that states and localities now have the systems in place to get this as well as the next round of funding?
I'm very confident. I've talked with Secretary Yellen. The Treasury Department is up to the task. I mean, certainly it is a different Treasury Department, so I'm very confident that if they say that they can get it out in a certain period of time, they will. Our job at HUD is just to give the kind of guidance and assistance once those funds are received.
Thanks, Secretary. Excuse me. You mentioned earlier that that housing prices are increasing. Also, the supply of new inventory on the market is decreasing at the same time. What can the administration do to either get more homes on the market or bring prices down? How concerned are you about that dynamic?
There are a couple of things that we know can happen out of this rescue package. One is if you look at places like a Los Angeles, where they have actually purchased hotels and motels, et cetera, to give people an immediate place to go, there are resources in the plan to do that. The other thing that we find is that part of the problem with the market is that credit is not available and accessible to people who actually do qualify. So since FHA is certainly a part of what we do, we're going to ensure that we can talk about down payment assistance. We're going to talk about maybe some restructuring. We are going to make sure that people who qualify have access to credit. We all know that there have been problems across this country for many, many years. That is why I'm so pleased that President Biden talks about equity. He talks about equality, closing the racial wealth gap, which is bigger today than it was 50 years ago. So we know that we have the tools. I think it was just a matter of making sure that we have the will to use them. We now have the will.
Madam Secretary, thank you again. Back to the homelessness report that you guys put out this morning. The way that test is done, as you know, is you test over a few days in January of the previous year. So that was pre-pandemic 2020.
580,000 people on the streets homeless, pre-pandemic, correct.
2.2% increase from the year before. Do you have any sense of how much more homelessness may have increased once that pandemic began, say, April, May, into the summer?
I can't give you numbers. We know that it has increased. We just don't know those numbers.
So really not till next January will we be able to get some sense of how it might have affected.
Correct.
And Nancy and Alex, and then we'll have to let the secretary go back to work. Go ahead, Nancy.
Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Two questions. One, does the Biden administration have any plans to restore or tweak that Obama-era fair housing regulation, which the Trump administration weakened in the summer of 2020?
We are looking at it. Certainly, we know that fair housing is, in fact, the law of the land, and we want to use every tool we have. I think that the prior administration did roll back some fair housing tools that we have, so we're looking at how we can go back and make those better and get them re-implemented, if possible.
And then just second question, what are your thoughts on whether or not there's a housing bubble right now in the U.S.?
Well, I would say that that's a kind of a tricky question. There are those who would say yes. I would say at this point that until I can get the kind of data that I need from the GSEs and from FHA, that's not something that I could really give you an accurate answer on. But I know that there is a problem with the market today.
Alex, make it a good one, Alex. No pressure.
Well, I got two, because I'm going to be just a little bit greedy. One from our housing reporter, which is, are there some parts of the COVID response, whether or not in ARP or generally, that are currently temporary that you would like to see permanent when the crisis eases?
Oh, I'd like to see most of it permanent, no question about it. I think that when we talk about housing needs, we can't at this point come up with enough money to take care of all the homeless people in this country. We cannot, through this package alone, repair and restore 50-year-old housing authorities across this country, which are crumbling every day. We cannot abate lead in every single building we need to with these resources. We need at least another $70 to $100 billion to do those things. So yes, I'd like to see a stream of resources available to do this, not just in this package, but ongoing.
And the second question is, you may have seen that former Congressman Richmond weighed in on the primary to succeed him in his congressional seat.
Who?
Congressman Richmond. Yeah.
Never heard of him.
Oh.
Was wondering if you want to take the opportunity to weigh in on your race and who you think should succeed you and what you're looking for.
No.
All right.
How about the Senate race in your state? Is there Democrats that should run?
Oh, absolutely. I have two friends that are thinking about it. Tim Ryan, of course, is thinking about it. I understand Nan Welly is thinking about it. I mean, I think we're going to put a good person in that race, no matter who we choose. But they're both friends. I think we have a good shot at it. I know people have written off Ohio. I haven't written off Ohio. I believe we can win the Senate race.
Thank you, Secretary Fudge. Looking forward to having you back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Thanks, John.
Thank you. Okay. Just have a. What'd you say?
You can have walk-off music.
We can. Wait till month 3. Wait till month 3. We'll be rolling it out with people's second visits. As we announced yesterday, I just wanted to give you a little bit more information on the schedule for next week. You may have seen we confirmed that the president will be traveling to Columbus, Ohio on Tuesday, the anniversary of the Affordable Care Act being signed into law. The trip will be a part of our Help Is Here tour and will highlight how the American Rescue Plan will lower healthcare costs for many American families. And this is a component of the package that we've talked about, but we're still working to ensure the American people understand how they can benefit from this particular piece. The Affordable Care Act has been an important lifeline for Ohio families for 11 years. The law cut the state's uninsured rate by half, dropping from 12% to 6%. It has also provided critical consumer protections for millions more by preventing insurance companies from discriminating based on pre-existing conditions. And the American Rescue Plan makes coverage under the ACA even more affordable for Ohio families. Over 90,000 currently uninsured Ohioans can get a better deal on health insurance because of the law and premiums for people who have coverage under the ACA. And the former Ohio governor was one of the first, if not the first, Republican governor in the country to expand Medicaid access during that period of time, and that is certainly something we continue to note around here. Another update on the schedule is in the wake, a couple of updates, I should say, part on the schedule and part on steps we're taking as it relates to the horrific events in Atlanta earlier this week. In the wake of the horrific shootings in Atlanta on Tuesday, the president ordered the U.S. flag to be flown at half staff as a mark of respect for the victims of these senseless acts of violence. The president and the vice president will also meet with representatives from the Georgia Asian American and Pacific Islander community when they travel to Georgia on Friday. They will meet with the state legislators and community advocates to hear about the impact of the incident on the community and to get their perspective on the rise in anti-Asian hate incidents. The president will also offer his support for the AAPI community in Georgia and across the country and talk about his commitment to combating xenophobia, intolerance, and hate. As many of you may know, and I think I've been asked about this in here previously, but Senator Mazie Hirono and Congresswoman Grace Meng have introduced legislation that calls for expanded DOJ review of COVID-19 related hate crimes, for guidance from DOJ to law enforcement for best practices in reporting hate crimes, and ensures that hate crimes information and reporting is more accessible to Asian American communities. The president applauds their leadership on this issue, including along with Chair Judy Chu's, and he strongly supports these crucial aims of this legislation. He issued a presidential memorandum his first week in office directing the Attorney General to support state and local agencies and AAPI communities to prevent hate crimes and expand data collection and public reporting. That is ongoing. The outreach and engagement from DOJ is already underway. There's also a role for HHS to play, which we expect can pick up more once future Secretary Becerra is sworn in. And as I noted yesterday, also from here he's asked Cedric Richmond, who of course we've all heard of, and former congressman, and Susan Rice to lead an effort to engage with the community as well. Last piece, today the House will also be voting on the American Dream and Promise Act and the Farm Workforce Modernization Act. President Biden and this administration support passage of both pieces of legislation. These bills would provide a path to citizenship for Dreamers, individuals with temporary protected status, and farm workers. Both pieces of legislation passed the House last Congress with bipartisan support and have broad support from the American public. These bills, in his view and our view, are critical milestones toward much-needed relief for the millions of individuals who call the United States home, and an acknowledgement that a path to citizenship for these essential workers is critically important to our economy and our nation's food and agricultural sectors. We also urge Congress to reform other aspects of our immigration system by passing President Biden's bill, the U.S. Citizenship Act, a bill that he proposed on his first day in office, which would establish a new system to responsibly manage and secure a border, bring long overdue visa reforms to keep families together and grow our economy, and address the root causes of migration from Central America. With that, Zeke, kick us off.
Thank you, Jen. Just following up on a scooplet from our colleague Jeff over here.
A scooplet. I don't know that Reuters calls it scooplets, but
if you can confirm that the U.S. plans to loan 4 million AstraZeneca vaccines to Mexico and Canada, what's the timeline for when that transaction would take place, and why only 4 million of a stockpile that is several times that when for a vaccine that isn't authorized here?
absolutely. So, as I've noted in here before, but worth noting again, our first priority remains vaccinating the U.S. population. The reality is the border knows no, the pandemic knows no borders, and ensuring our neighbors can contain the virus is a mission critical mission critical to ending the pandemic. We have 3 vaccines approved, as you well know, and of course, there's a rigorous review process by the FDA. There are other vaccines, of course, including AstraZeneca, that are going through the approval process now, and we have been taking action here to get ready to get those vaccines to the American people if they are approved. As we await FDA approval here in the U.S., many countries, as you know, have already requested, have already approved AstraZeneca and also have requested our doses from the United States. That includes Canada and Mexico, but is certainly not limited to Canada and Mexico. And balancing the need to let the approval process play out of the AstraZeneca vaccine as it's taking place in the U.S. with the importance of helping stop the spread in other countries. We are assessing how we can loan doses. That is our aim. It's not fully finalized yet, but that is our aim and what we're working toward to Canada and Mexico. This is a complex process, and our team is working with the companies to move it forward. And I want to, on your question about the number of doses, there have been a range of reports about the number of doses. I can confirm that we have 7 million releasable doses available of AstraZeneca, and as noted in Jeff's scooplet, which I'm just going to keep calling it, 2.5 million of those we are working to finalize plans to lend those to Mexico, and 1.5 million to Canada.
And what's the nature of that transaction? Would it just be for future AstraZeneca production, or would there be
Meaning what's in the loan?
Yeah.
It could be for future AstraZeneca doses or other doses, yes.
And on a different topic, I was wondering if you saw the comments from Russian President Vladimir Putin this morning, responding to the president's comments in the interview on Tuesday night. Is the president worried at all that he may have inadvertently started a little war of words and trading shots back and forth, that can get in the way of finding some common ground on various shared priorities?
Well, President Biden and President Putin certainly have different perspectives on their respective countries and how to approach engagement in the world. But where they agree is that we should continue to look for ways to work together, as was noted in part of President Putin's comments. And there are areas of mutual interest. New START, which we just extended for 5 years, is an example of that. Obviously, Russia is also a member of the P5+1 as we look ahead to what's possible there as it relates to preventing Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon. So we are confident that we can continue to look for ways where there's a mutual interest, mutual national interest, but the president is not going to hold back, clearly, when he has concerns, when he has, whether it is with words or actions. Go ahead. I'll go to you next. You have a scooplet. You can go after a few other people. Go ahead.
On that same topic, obviously you say that you want to work together with Russia on areas of mutual agreement, but Russia has now decided to recall its ambassador. I mean, is there a concern that the president agreeing that Russian President Putin is a killer could escalate tension even further?
Well, our ambassador, Sullivan, remains in Moscow. We remain engaged, and he remains engaged, as does our team on the ground with the Russian people. We continue to believe that diplomacy is the first step and should always be the first step and should be our objective as we pursue all relationships, even with our adversaries. We are hopeful that that will continue to be the case.
And just want to get your reaction to actually some of Putin's exact words here, because he responded with a bit of a euphemism that translates roughly to "it takes one to know one," pointing to slavery in America, treatment of Native Americans, the atomic bombing of Japan. Does the president have any response to that kind of language?
Well, the president believes that one of the greatest attributes of the United States is our honest self-reflection and our constant striving for progress. And there's always more work to do, as he's stated himself. I've been doing this long enough not to try to get in the mind of President Putin, but I can assure you that President Biden still believes there's more work we can do here in our own country. Go ahead.
Just to follow up quickly, you're talking about self-reflection, does President Biden regret calling Vladimir Putin a killer?
No, the president gave a direct answer to a direct question.
So then you don't want to escalate tensions, how is that constructive to the relationship when you talk about diplomacy being primary between the U.S. and Russia? How is calling Vladimir Putin a killer constructive to that relationship?
Well, President Biden has known President Putin for a long time. They've both been on the global stage for a long time, worked through many iterations of a relationship between the United States and Russia, and he believes we can continue to do that.
Does the president believe that the leaders of Mohammed bin Salman, one of the crown prince of Saudi Arabia, does he view him as a killer?
I don't think I need to add more killer names from the podium just today.
I won't ask you about other countries that as well.
Okay.
But let me ask you about immigration.
Yeah.
If I can quickly, the president has made it very clear in his recent interview that the border is not open, effectively that it's closed, except for these unaccompanied minors right now under humanitarian grounds who are being welcomed into the U.S. But as we speak, crews from multiple outlets, including those from NBC News, are at the border. They're seeing many migrant families being accepted, young families being accepted into the country right now. So can you square those two when the message was that families and individuals were being sent home, but unaccompanied minors were being kept? Why young families are in fact being kept here in the U.S. And detained?
Well, we've talked about this a little bit in here before, we are still applying Section 42, which, and with the exception is, of course, unaccompanied minors. There are limited scenarios, limited circumstances where we are very limited, I should say, where families are coming across, going through proper protocols at the border, being tested, and then having their cases adjudicated. Part of this is that, part of the reasoning is that, of course, we've closed Matamoros, and there has been some less participation in keeping some of these families in Mexico than in the past. In many of these policies we have supported. But the vast majority of people, vast majority who come to the border are turned away. The border is not open. These are very limited scenarios.
Sorry, I just swallowed some mask here.
It's okay. We've all been there.
How limited is very limited? How many are being allowed in as it relates to families? And specifically, if the message that the president was sending this week is that the border is not open, what is the message to those families, given some are being allowed in right now?
The message continues to be, I'd be happy to provide you the numbers. I think CBP has the most up-to-date numbers, so I'd point you to them, and they provide those regularly. We'd certainly support that. I don't have them in front of me right now. I would say the message continues to be, now is not the time to come. The vast majority of families, of individuals, are sent back, are not welcomed across the border, and that's a message we will continue to convey clearly.
And just to follow up, you talked about how the president saw those photos in one of the recent briefings as it relates to these shelters, detention centers, decompression centers. I'm not sure what specific photos he saw. We asked yesterday, we'll ask again today, can you provide those? Will you provide those to the American public to see what it looks like there right now?
Well, first let me say that the White House and we all in the administration support finding a way to grant access to the media, to the HHS and OR facilities or the shelters where these children are staying for a temporary period of time before they are placed with family members or with sponsored homes. The Office of Refugee Resettlement has not been hosting, as you've noted, media tours of unaccompanied children facilities currently due to the COVID-19 pandemic, but we remain committed to transparency and we're considering potential options, and we hope to have an update on that soon.
So So even if we didn't get a tour, can you provide us the photos that the president was provided?
There was a private briefing, an internal briefing from several weeks ago. We typically don't provide those materials publicly, but we do want you to be able to, or a pool of media, to be able to have your own visuals and get your own footage of these facilities. Go ahead.
A few things. Back to Russia for a second.
Yeah.
There was the SolarWinds hack. There was the reported bounties on the heads of U.S.
Yes.
troops. The president said in this interview, something on that is coming. What is the holdup? When is the response from the United States coming? Because he inferred in the interview, stay tuned.
Right. Well, we also have already put forward sanctions in response to the poisoning of Alexei Navalny. There's already been a release of a report about their engagement in the 2020 election, and we will have responses to each of these malign actions that we have expressed concern about, and the president has offered a review of. Weeks, not months, remains still the policy. There's, of course, internal policy decision-making about to assess and take a look at the review, but also to make decisions about policy engagements. Some of the responses may be seen, some may be unseen, and of course, the president reserves the right to respond in a manner and time of his choosing, as any president would. But he did make clear that the Russian government will pay a price.
On these vaccines going to Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
This comes, of course, as the United States is talking to Mexico about this border situation.
Mm-hmm.
Were there any strings attached regarding the situation on the border with this decision to give AstraZeneca doses to Mexico?
There are several diplomatic conversations, parallel conversations, many layers of conversations with every country, Mexico, Canada, Europe, Asia, around the world, and certainly being part of contributing to preventing the spread of a global pandemic is part of one of our diplomatic objectives. Another one of our diplomatic objectives is working to address the challenges at the border. So it shouldn't be a surprise that those conversations are both ongoing and happening.
If I'm hearing you, the vaccine was given, were there expectations set with the Mexicans that they help deal with the situation on the border?
There have been expectations set outside of unrelated to any vaccine doses or requests for them that they would be partners in dealing with the crisis on the border, and there have been requests unrelated that for doses of these vaccines. Every relationship has multiple layers of conversations that are happening at the same time.
Shouldn't rule out, or the United States isn't ruling out, using our vaccine stockpile in terms.
I'm actually trying to convey that with every country, there's rarely just one issue you're discussing with any country at one time, right? Certainly that's not the case with Mexico. It's not the case with any country around the world. And so I wouldn't read into it more than our ability to lend vaccine doses of a vaccine that we have some available supply on to a neighboring country where there is a lot of traffic that goes back and forth between the countries.
Two other quick ones, one related to the Atlanta shooting. You've been asked this before, but in February of last year, then candidate Biden said that on his first day of office, he'd send a bill to Congress repealing the liability protection for gun manufacturers and closing the background check loophole. I know you've been asked about this. There's an attorney general in place now. When, if any, when might we hear more about the administration's plans regarding gun violence?
It remains a commitment, a personal commitment of the president to do more on gun safety, to put more measures in place, to use the power of the presidency to work with Congress. And certainly there is an important role, as you noted, for the Attorney General and the Justice Department to play in this regard. I unfortunately don't have any updates for you today, but it is an issue he remains committed to.
And one quick local issue, the House Oversight Committee on Monday is holding a hearing on D.C. statehood.
Mm-hmm.
President is a supporter of this.
Yes.
Does he think it could, if it passes the House, does it have a chance in the Senate, given the filibuster situation right now? And what would he or the White House say to the critics who suggest that this is designed to be a Democratic Party power grab just to get a few more seats in the House and the Senate?
I think he would say that the 500,000 people who live in D.C., am I getting that number right? A little more than, it's grown since I left and went to the suburbs, would argue with that point, and so would he. I mean, he believes they deserve representation. That's why he supports D.C. statehood. Go ahead.
Has the administration made any effort, this is just a Putin-related
Sure.
question, has the administration made any effort to find out what was said during the previous president's 2-hour-long one-on-one meeting with Putin in Helsinki?
It's a great question. Obviously, there's intelligence reports that may reflect that, but I'm not aware of any specific deep dive into that. I'm happy to check if there's more on it.
And just, I'm sorry, one more question. The Chinese government has indicated that it wants to meet with President Biden virtually in April before
Mhm.
that climate summit. I'm wondering if the Biden administration is open to that, and if there have been any talks about setting that meeting up.
I know we'll have more on the climate summit, which is just over a month away now, so it's coming closer. And there are, of course, a range of international global participants that we anticipate being a part of it, but we're not at the stage where we're discussing bilateral meetings at this point in time. Go ahead, David. Oh, sorry, Jeff. I'll come back to you next. I'm not trying to give you a hard time. Go ahead, David.
Maybe Mr. Skuplik should go first.
Yeah, maybe.
Sorry to go back to the Russia
Sure.
question here, but the president now, by my count, has said that Russia would pay a price for solar winds.
Mm-hmm.
He has said that they would pay a price for Navalny, and as
Yeah.
you pointed out, there have already been some sanctions there.
Yeah.
Yesterday, he seemed to suggest that they would pay a price in addition for the meddling in the 2020 elections.
Mm-hmm.
And yet at the same time, your own colleagues seem to have sanctions fatigue out here.
Who are my colleagues? In the government? Or
your colleagues in the State Department, the West Wing. I mean, you
Oh.
announced sanctions on Russia back when you were State Department spokeswoman. Is there any evidence that the method that we're using so far of sanctions is actually affecting Putin's behavior?
I don't think we would rely, David, on sanctions alone. We do think that they have been effective modes. I mean, history, you've written many stories about it, about the role sanctions have played in moving global diplomacy forward, and we certainly are a believer in that. But as you also know, there are a range of tools at the disposal of any president, seen and unseen, and I'm just not going to get ahead of the process of what considerations are underway.
On China, obviously the meeting is yet to happen
Yeah.
today. But at the end of this whole process, once Mr. Sullivan and Mr. Blinken come back,
Mm-hmm.
what does the president think is the next right step? Is it further meetings at this level? Is it more direct conversation like the one he had for several hours last month
Mm-hmm.
with President Xi? Is it a response to the Chinese related hack that he's also trying to go deal with?
I expect he'll make a determination about that when they return and he has a chance to talk to Secretary Blinken and National Security Advisor Sullivan, in part because he doesn't see this, nor do they, as a preset series of meetings like the traditional dialogues that we've seen throughout other administrations, including ones that he has previously served in. This meeting, we certainly anticipate will have difficult components of the conversation. We expect it to be frank. They plan to cover areas where we have concerns, including human rights, Hong Kong. Obviously, we've put forward some sanctions related to the anti-democratic actions in Hong Kong over the last couple of days. Technology, whether it relates to the theft of IP or data protections, military tensions in the region. So it will cover, as will be no surprise to anyone here who follows China closely, a range of topics. And I think the president's eager to hear from them on how the conversation goes and work with them to determine what the next right step is. I will say that in his mind and in the minds of National Security Advisor Sullivan and Secretary of State Blinken, a big part of the strategy is approaching our relationship with China from a place of strength and strengthening our own economy at home, investing in the middle class, looking at it through the prism of competition, not conflict. And that means there's also more work we have to do here.
From your answer, things like the economic and strategic dialogue, which took place in the Obama administration and continued some in the Trump administration, that's over for now.
I would simply say that this meeting is not a part of a series of meetings at this point in time. Go ahead.
Are we supposed to defer to?
Oh, sorry, Jeff. You're kind of getting hazed for your scooplet. Right, I know you can. Okay. He'll just sit on his scooplet. He doesn't care. Go ahead, Karen.
A couple questions on schools. Last month, the CDC released school guidance urging 6 feet of distance between students and staff. And now the CDC director says she's revisiting this. We're reporting that this could come as early as tomorrow, that will go from 6 feet to 3 feet. What does the White House say to teachers who are concerned that the science hasn't changed in 5 weeks and that this is political, this change?
I would say that the CDC is full of health and medical experts, including Dr. Walensky, who would be the last person to characterize herself as political. She is a medical health expert, and she has looked at this through the prism of how we can take steps to make it safe to reopen schools, and is constantly evaluating how to ease some of the restrictions. And there are, of course, more that often you've all have asked about in here, which are good questions. What about travel? What about masks? They take an approach that is purely through the science. So we'll let her speak more about it when they're ready to release those formal guidelines.
The White House directs states to do something with that guidance when it's released, similar to what we saw when the president made the direction on vaccine eligibility.
You mean like, will we direct schools to?
Now do this. The CDC has said this, 6 to 3 feet. You now have to follow this to push for reopening.
Well, social distancing is one of the mitigation measures, right, in the CDC guidance. And I don't know, I have not seen the CDC guidance, so I don't know how it will be characterized in there. But I would certainly say we'd have Secretary Cardona, who was just here yesterday, work with schools and school districts to implement. And social distancing is one of the steps, masking, testing, vaccinations, and see how it can help reopen schools more quickly.
And you want to see this, kind of overnight, go from 6 to 3 feet in the schools that are open right now and possibly increase the number of students that can be in the classroom before the end of the year?
I don't have a timeline for it. I don't anticipate we'd ask any school to do something immediately overnight, but it will just be additional guidance, which a lot of schools are looking for from health and medical experts on how to safely reopen schools and ensure that the parents in the community, the teachers in the community, the students feel safe going to school. And this just, as they're considering options, this is one of the options one of the mitigation steps a school can take. Go ahead.
2 quick questions to continue with the scooplet theme.
Okay.
There was a report just about an hour ago that the president intends to nominate Bill Nelson as NASA chief. Can you confirm that?
I have seen those reports. I don't have any personnel announcements to make today. Seems like a cool job, though, that I'm not currently on the path to, but it's fine.
You're not auditioning right now?
I'm certainly not. I don't have any personnel announcements to make. Certainly seeing the reports. As we have any updates, we'll provide them.
And the second question, the president said yesterday that he intends to try to raise taxes on anyone that was making over $400,000 a year. Does he think that's does he intend to wait until the economy is out of the pandemic recession, or does he feel confident that that by making it only on higher earners that it will not affect the broader economy?
Well, the president is certainly focused on ensuring the economy is continuing to recover and that people are going back to work and able to put food on the table to feed their families. When we're talking about families making over $400,000 a year, that's about 2% of households in this country. And this is a commitment that he talked about on the campaign trail. And his interest is in ensuring that people pay their fair share, whether it's corporations or the highest income earners in our country. And he believes that hard work should be rewarded, and that this is one of the areas where there is an opportunity to rebalance how our policies are currently. But he would do this in coordination with, of course, members of Congress, members of his economic team, and we obviously don't have a proposed plan at this point, but it is a policy that he talked about on the campaign trail, and he reiterated, as you noted earlier this week. Did you have a second question too, or no?
Those are the 2. The
Oh, go.
question.
Okay, got it. Okay. Go ahead, Jeff.
All right, yay.
The man of the hour.
On AstraZeneca, you mentioned that the U.S. has 7 million doses, releasable doses, and the company itself has said it expects to have up to 30 million in April. Given that, will the U.S. consider sharing more of these doses with the other countries that are asking, now that you've confirmed that you're doing the same for Mexico and Canada?
We don't have anything to preview, but we all, have a number of requests from a range of countries around the world, and certainly will continue those conversations.
Okay, but no commitment at this point to share specifically the AstraZeneca vaccine with others.
Well, I will say, broadly speaking, we also anticipate having additional doses of Moderna, of Pfizer, of a range of vaccines, even as we focus on vaccinating, ensuring every American, every adult American has access to the vaccine. It's just a matter of timeline. So I just don't have an update or a preview on that, but certainly we'll have those conversations, and we are open to receiving those requests and obviously making considerations.
All right, and just on one other issue, your new U.S. trade representative will be ceremonially sworn in later
Yes.
today.
97-0.
That's
I think was her vote.
Big number.
It's pretty solid.
What? How soon will she start leading trade talks with the UK?
I don't have anything to preview. Obviously, that's driven by the policies and the agenda of the president and the overall economic team. I'm sure we'll be integrating her into all of the policy discussions as soon as she's sworn in. Let me just get to the folks in the back. Go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. A couple quick questions. When you were talking a moment ago about diplomatic negotiations between the United States and Mexico, you said crisis on the border. Was that a
Challenges on the border.
Okay, but so that doesn't reflect any change in
Nope.
the administration's view of things.
Nope.
Okay. Well, another quick question then. On Monday, the president said it's important to get the vaccine, and then quote, even after that, until everyone is in fact vaccinated, to wear this mask, unquote. Was he speaking generally, or does he believe that we should all be wearing masks until everyone is in fact vaccinated?
Well, I think what he's reflecting is the guidance from our health experts that even if you're vaccinated, I am vaccinated, I still wear a mask because there hasn't been conclusive studies yet on the transferability of the pandemic or of COVID from those who have been vaccinated. It continues to be the advice of health and medical experts to continue to wear masks.
Right, but every American, is that the standard until every American has been vaccinated, or was he speaking generally?
I think he's speaking generally about the need to still observe measures like social distancing and wearing of masks so that even when you're vaccinated, you're keeping your neighbors, your friends, your family members safe.
And then back in January, you noted that the administration was reviewing how unmarried couples were handled under travel restrictions. Have there been any developments on those restrictions? I know that there's a lot on the administration's plate,
Yeah.
but in how unmarried binational couples are treated?
I don't have any update for you. The review is ongoing.
Can I ask you one more question?
Sure.
Thank you. You're very generous. The Equality Act, as it's currently written, would eliminate the Religious Freedom Restoration Act as a defense for religious organizations against discrimination claims. Given that President Biden voted in favor of RFRA, does he support it being abolished now?
I would have to check on the specific components of the package. I'm happy to do that for you after the briefing. Go ahead in the back.
Thank you very much, Jen. Two East Asia question and one Asian American question,
Okay.
if I may. On U.S.-China talks, can we expect the joint statement after talks?
A joint statement between them? I don't have anything to preview. I know that National Security Advisor Sullivan and Secretary Blinken will be speaking briefly after the talks conclude, but I don't have anything to preview for you in terms of a joint statement.
Okay, another question is, according to Japanese media, Japanese Prime Minister Suga will meet President Biden on April 9th. Can you confirm that?
I know there have been reports about a future meeting, and the president's certainly looking forward to meeting with the Prime Minister of Japan. I don't believe a final confirmation has been made here of what that meeting will look like and what the format would be.
Okay, and one Asian American question.
Okay.
On the unfortunate Atlanta shooting, we already see the half staff outside. Yesterday, you blamed the prior administration about this, which some people agree. But as what Axios reports, quote, the United States rivalry with China had already created unease about Chinese Americans and Asian Americans, unquote. And Axios says we are going to see a huge jump in hate crimes against Asian Americans this year. So it seems to be that President Biden is in this catch-22. On the one hand, he is trying to alleviate the hate crimes against Asians and Asian Americans. On the other hand, he's kind of escalates the tension. How can he really alleviate this situation?
I would just refute the notion of that question. I would say that yesterday I was asked, which was a good question, if we thought that the former president's rhetoric had contributed to the actions or the discrimination against Asian Americans, and I said we do, because rhetoric, certainly from the massive megaphone you have from the White House, is something that is heard across the country, and it's important to then be thoughtful about the words you use and how you convey opposition to discrimination of any kind. That was the answer, the question I was answering. The president and the vice president are meeting with leaders of the Asian American community tomorrow. The president raised his concerns about rhetoric, about attacks, about threats against the Asian American community in the country during his primetime address. He signed an executive order. He's asked his members of administration to listen, hear, think about policy solutions. I would say his effort is to be part of the solution, not part of the problem. So I would just dispute your question. Go ahead in the back.
Thanks, Jen. A few questions for you. The president mentioned in his ABC interview his thoughts on potential changes to the filibuster. I wondered, does he support getting rid of the 60-vote threshold on the legislative filibuster?
I think what he said is that he'd be open to hearing ideas about going back to the talking filibuster, which Mr. Smith Goes to Washington is the best reference that anyone can make on that front. Obviously, that hasn't been the law in the Senate since before I was born, so many years. But that is a proposal that had been put forward by Senator Manchin, and his whole point is that, and as he said in his comments, our democracy looks at moments like it's broken, and it shouldn't be so easy to block legislation. At the same time, his preference and his priority is working with Democrats and Republicans to find a pathway forward on a range of issues where there has been a history of bipartisan support, whether it's infrastructure, immigration, addressing, making our economy and our workers more competitive against the competition with China. There are a lot of ways we can work together. That's his preference. And so he was just expressing an openness to hearing from members of the Senate on what their ideas are. Ultimately, though, as president, he doesn't vote here. It's not a law. He signs into law. It's a Senate rule. So you'll have to talk to them about what their ideas are and what they have the votes for to move forward.
So he would defer to senators on whether they would support scrapping.
It's not about deferring. He's not in the Senate. He doesn't decide what the Senate rules are. They do.
Influence if he were to voice an opinion.
He's going to have the senators decide what rules they want to abide by moving forward.
Just a couple other quick ones. I wondered, there are a few key agencies that have yet to have Senate nominated or confirmed leaders that are certainly in the news now. CBP, ICE, the FDA during the pandemic. I wonder, does the administration have any plans or a timetable for when it might put forward nominees to lead those agencies?
All important agencies. I don't have any update on the personnel process, but we're working our way through and ensuring we have the right people we can nominate for each of those important roles.
Okay. And then lastly, I wonder, this week there's a group of college basketball players ahead of the NCAA tournament who started a protest on social media with the hashtag #NotNCAA property. And they're looking for more financial freedom and personal protections from the NCAA. I wonder, one of the things they're asking for is a meeting with federal officials and potentially the Biden administration to talk about legislation on this. So does the president support college athletes being able to profit off their name and likeness? And would the administration be willing to meet with these players if they ask for a meeting?
I'm happy to see if there's any plans for a meeting and if we've received the request. Go ahead in the back.
Thank you, Jen. Questions on U.S.-China meeting. China has a poor record of keeping promises. So how would you characterize the level of trust that the current administration has with regard to China? And also for the bilateral meeting between President Biden and President Xi, what are the conditions that has to happen? What are the conditions for the meeting to happen? Thank you.
I don't think I'm here to set conditions today. We haven't even announced the specific details about the climate summit that's happening in April, which I think was what the bilateral question was around. And we certainly haven't made a final decision about any bilateral meetings around that meeting. As we do, I'm sure we can discuss it further. And then as it relates to the meeting today, I think or that starts today, I should say, it was important to our administration that the first meeting with Chinese officials be held on American soil and occur after we have met and consulted closely with partners and allies in both Asia and Europe. This is an opportunity to address a wide variety of issues, including ones where we have deep disagreements. And so our focus is on having a frank discussion, raising issues where we have concerns, and of course, looking for ways and places where we can work together. Go ahead.
Thanks. While you've been briefing, President Putin has just extended an invitation to President Biden to continue their conversation, but this time he wants to do it live. He's asking for a live-streamed conversation, an open, direct dialogue. Putin says he's available tomorrow or Monday. Is this something that you would consider?
I'll have to get back to you if that is something we are entertaining. I would say that the president already had a conversation already with President Putin, even if as there are more world leaders that he has not yet engaged with. And we engage with Russian leaders, members of the government at all levels, but I don't have anything to report to you in terms of a future meeting. The president will, of course, be in Georgia tomorrow and quite busy. Go ahead.
One very quick final question on the wall. On day one in office, I think it was, the president signed a proclamation that was effectively putting a pause or halting wall construction. At the time, I think he directed federal agencies to formulate a plan within 60 days, depending who's counting. We're on 58, 59, or
we have
almost
2 more days.
Do we have? Okay, some said 59. I thought it was 1, but we'll go with 2 more days. To redirect border wall funds and, quote, resume, modify, or terminate segments of the structure that remain under construction. Have those federal agencies provided you with their conclusions? Have you come to a conclusion? What is the status of that with that remaining 1 or 2 days left?
I will check and see if there's an update. We are, of course, there is funding that was appropriated previously that is still moving forward. Money that has not been appropriated, as you noted, we've kind of pulled back on, but I will check and see. We have 2 more days, which is a lifetime in this place, and see if we have an update for you on the status.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. It's okay. Oh, it's your first day. I'm sorry. Well, welcome.
So a lot of my colleagues in this room and outside this room have been asking for a while now about the possibility of visiting these facilities where unaccompanied children are being held after arriving and applying for asylum at the border. And part of the pushback that we've received from you and from DHS and HHS is that there are privacy concerns about reporters potentially,
and COVID.
And privacy concerns in COVID, but specifically to privacy. Reporters have been allowed inside these facilities for years through multiple administrations by multiple agencies, including by the last administration during the family separation crisis, where I think the risk of further emotional damage to these kids is pretty acute. So, has there been, to your knowledge, any incident in which a kid's privacy was violated by reporters who were there to cover the facilities in which they were being detained?
Oh, during the last administration?
During the long history of reporters being
I would say, as I noted in response to a question or 2 questions that were asked earlier that were very similar, our big concern has been the pandemic and COVID and safety. Of course, there are privacy concerns that anyone takes into account, or I would say any administration should take into account as it relates to members of the media visiting a facility where there are children, as I'm sure you would certainly agree on. I can't speak to what the approach was of the prior administration who was ripping children from the arms of their parents, so I can't speak to what their policies were, but we are working, and we're very committed here from the White House and from the government in finding a way soon, very soon, to ensure that there's access by the media, not by us providing you with what we see, but by the media to these shelter facilities. We believe it's important and vital, and we're committed to it. And we're just working through, the pandemic is about the safety of staff, the safety of kids as well, and that's what we're working through at this point in time. So hopefully I'll have an update soon. Thanks, everyone. Okay.
Social distancing, speaking of.
Yeah.
The president said in the interview when he was discussing, going back to potential talking filibuster, that the filibuster is on his mind because, quote, we're almost getting to a point where democracy is having a hard time functioning. But my colleague points out that dynamic has been true, specifically in the Senate, for a very long time, years even. So was there anything specific to the current dynamic in the Senate that made President Biden sort of decide that, now is a moment to change the filibuster rules?
Sure. Well, as I answered in response to the question just a few minutes ago, there are a number of ideas that members of the Senate have put forward. They range. Some are against changing the filibuster in the Democratic Party. Some are for it. Some are for going back to a talking filibuster, back to the days of Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. He's watching it closely. He was in the Senate for 36 years. He's happy to hear their ideas. His preference remains working with Democrats and Republicans to get business done for the American people. So it's a conversation, as you well know, that's happening on Capitol Hill right now, and he's certainly watching it as most other people are as well. Thank you, everyone.